Tales for Dark Nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
I've always been a city boy. As far back as I could remember, the sounds of traffic and crowds had been ever present in my life, so much beeping and moving and overlapping conversation. As a kid, I don't think it bothered me much, but as I started to creep into my 40s, getting married to Sarah, having 2 kids, Christopher, then Jenny, the chaos of city life started to grate on me. It became like television static in the background of every moment, threatening to drown it all out. Add in the millions of screens vying for attention, worst of all, the ones right in our pockets, plus the neighbors stacked on top of one another like filing cabinets, and I began to feel like life was passing me by. A deafening express train straight to the grave. Most likely, I would have just put up with it, maybe bought some nice headphones and taken up meditation, except that one day Sarah made an offhand comment that got lodged in my brain, replaying on a loop. It was just after the teacher of Jenny's 5th grade class died. One Saturday, we received the message that Mrs. Beckham had been hit by a truck. She'd been out walking when a truck driver didn't see her because he was texting. Jenny was devastated, as any 10-year-old would have been, more so because she'd always been a sensitive kid, precocious and curious. Mrs. Beckham's death hit her especially hard. After we'd calmed her down and answered all her questions, we let her play quietly in her bedroom while we retreated to the living room. "Poor kid," I said, falling onto the couch. I felt drained after having to break Jenny's heart while still maintaining a calm exterior. I can't imagine what the other parents are going through. "Well, some kids take it easier than others," Sarah said, joining me on the couch and huddling up next to me. "Some of them don't really understand the finality of these things. I remember thinking my grandfather was just going on a long vacation." "Not Jenny," I said. "No, not her. Sometimes I feel like she understands more than we do. Remember when she gave that bee a funeral?" I tried to smile at the memory. Jenny was just 8 at the time, dressed in every black item of clothing she owned, reading a poem to the planter where she insisted we'd bury the bee. But the smile died in my face. All I could think of was Mrs. Beckham, a woman who Jenny had adored, dying a needless death because a hurried driver couldn't take the time to wait for a traffic light to pull out their phone. Sarah must have seen it on my face. She laid her head on my shoulder and dug in closer to my side. "Honestly, I don't think we were meant to live like this," she sighed. That was it. That was the phrase that echoed in my head day after day, hour after hour. A week later, I started my search for a new place we could call home, somewhere back to basics without the trappings of modern life, ones that had taken the life of our daughter's teacher and that felt like it was doing the same to us in small doses. After a good amount of searching, I found a gorgeous house in a forested area called Southern Pines. It was secluded enough to be away from traffic and noisy neighbors, yet only a 15-minute drive to the nearest stores and a 20-minute drive to one of the best schools in the state. When I presented it to Sarah, explaining that I could do my architecture work anywhere on the internet, I was thrilled to find she liked the idea. Jenny did, too, especially when we told her it would be like living in a fairy tale with birds and deer outside her window. Christopher, being every bit of 15, fought us about it in every expected way and even a few new ones. In the end, we promised to buy him a truck for his 16th birthday, and after that, every argument magically dissolved. When we began the drive up to Southern Pines, with every belonging of ours packed into the car, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and apprehension. It was meant to be our sanctuary, a place where we could escape the relentless pace of city life, and yet everything about it was unknown to us. "Look at the trees!" Jenny exclaimed from the back seat, craning out the window to look at the massive pines overhead. The forest was old growth, barely touched by man, and some of the trees looked like they must have been 200 feet tall. Christopher, of course, was less than impressed. "You know why they call it southern pines?" He leaned over to Jenny, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Let me guess," Sarah said from the passenger seat. "Is it because your life is going south? Or," I suggested, "because crap runs downhill?" I looked at Christopher in the rear view. He was silent, glancing from Sarah to me with an incredulous look, like we'd just pulled a rabbit from our ears. Sarah gave me a knowing smile before turning back. "Your generation didn't invent being a smartass, kiddo. Neither did ours, actually. We just perfected it. Especially your mom," I added. Christopher cracked a smile, though when we saw his eyes in the rear view, he tried to hide it. We reached the turn from the main road onto the private dirt road. If it wasn't for the old broken mailbox mounted by the entrance, I would have missed it entirely, as I did the first time Sarah and I checked the place out. The dirt road was bumpy, with a few especially rough patches, but 5 minutes later we came out the other end to the site of our new house. The house was an old 2-story cottage made from honey-colored pine. It had seen better days, and yet it had held up remarkably for being as old as it was. Green ivy snaked and crawled up its outer walls, blending it with its woodland surrounds. A stone path led through a garden and up to the front door, all shadowed by the massive oaks surrounding it. More importantly, though, it was quiet. Better than quiet. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves combined with the melodies of songbirds nested in their canopy. As the kids ran up to the house, Sarah and I caught each other's eyes and smiled at each other. We were home, with a new life ahead of us. After giving the kids a tour and hauling our things inside, we had a quick lunch of ham and cheese sandwiches while we discussed everything we had to do in the coming days. In the morning, I planned to call someone about installing a satellite for internet, not just for work, but for everyone's sanity. We may have been getting back to nature, but we didn't exactly plan to live like the Amish. At some point, I found myself on the front porch, staring into the dense woods surrounding us. The trees beckoned me, an alluring mystery I couldn't resist, and yet an unsettling feeling fell over me the deeper I looked. I must have been gone a while because eventually Christopher came out to find me. Mom said to quit daydreaming and help us unpack. "Well, that does sound like your mom," I replied. He joined me on the deck, father and son, a moment I'd been looking forward to for some time. Soon we were both staring into the woods silently, side by side. There was something about the trees that was mesmerizing. Eventually, Christopher broke the silence. "Could we chop down a tree?" he asked, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "I'd have to buy an axe first." "Shouldn't we have one anyway, like for firewood?" Good thinking. Us city folk have some learning to do. I mussed up his hair, and he pulled away, half laughing. "We have to be nice to them," Jenny suddenly said, making both of us jump. She hadn't made a sound as she opened the door and came right up behind us. "Who?" Christopher asked, annoyed at her as usual. "The trees." I smiled and bent down, making myself her height. "It's only the dead ones we use for firewood, sweetie. The live ones don't burn very well. As long as we don't hurt them. They don't like that." My daughter never stopped amazing me. She had more empathy than all of us combined, room enough for all the trees and animals, and even the bugs, though she kept a distance from those. "I promise I won't hurt the trees," I assured her. Sarah appeared at the door then, hair messy and hands full. I was wondering where everyone went. I'd been in there unpacking by myself. I stood back up, holding Jenny close. "What do you say we go for a little walk? Explore the area. Yeah, Jenny said. I shrugged at Sarah, waiting for her answer. I knew she wanted to focus on unpacking and setting up the house, but I felt like we all needed a breath of fresh air to wake us up after the long drive. We still have a lot to do, Sarah said. I playfully pulled her out the door and onto the porch. That's what tomorrow's for, I said, and the next day. Please, Mom? Jenny begged. Yeah, please? Christopher added. Even you? She shook her head at me, knowing that Christopher would agree to anything that got him out of doing work. Then she smiled. All right, sure. What if we get lost and can't get back? Jenny asked. And a look of doubt crossed everyone's faces. Luckily, I'd been doing a lot of reading to prepare us for living in the woods. Let me show you a little trick. I ran inside and opened the box I knew had all of our Christmas supplies, rummaging through until I found what I was looking for. I reemerged from the house, brandishing a spool of bright red ribbon and a small pair of scissors. That's your big trick? Christopher asked. No, it's my small trick, and small tricks are better than big tricks. I snipped off a length of red ribbon, then walked to the nearest tree and tied the ribbon around one of the lower branches. See? Then we just follow the trail right back here. Easy. Because it worked so well for Hansel and Gretel, Sarah ribbed me. That was breadcrumbs. Luckily, birds don't eat ribbon. He doesn't like it, Jenny said. Who? Sarah asked. The tree. Sarah smiled. It's not that tight. Besides, I'm sure he doesn't want us to get lost, does he? Jenny shrugged, either not knowing the answer or not liking it. With that, we set off on our first adventure into the woods, Jenny and Christopher walking just ahead of us, while Sarah and I followed behind. Every 100 feet or so, I'd cut a length of ribbon and tie it to a tree branch, making sure to keep a clean line of sight from one to the next, or at least to the best of my ability. The forest was dense in parts, and the easiest direction to walk wasn't always obvious. It was a beautiful walk with the family. Finally, I'd found peace I'd been looking for. The escape from the rat race and all the racket that came with it. There wasn't a scrap of metal or plastic in sight. Sarah and I walked hand in hand while Jenny excitedly called out every bird and squirrel she spotted to make sure we saw them too. Even Christopher, who was normally unimpressed with every vacation we'd ever taken, seemed to be enjoying himself. But at some point, I couldn't tell you when exactly, the forest stopped being southern pines and started to become something else. The air progressively grew heavier, not with the heat but with the substance, until we could feel the weight of it pressing down on our shoulders. I was surprised to see the daylight waning so early, only to realize it was the canopy above us becoming thicker, blocking out more and more sunlight until the afternoon looked like night. The sense of unease grew in all of us, but Jenny, by far, was the most nervous. She began to walk by Sarah's side, tugging at her and asking if we could turn around. A few more minutes, Sarah reassured her, but then Jenny started to tremble, something terrible. She seemed to understand the danger we were all in, even if the rest of us didn't. Okay, Sarah said, throwing me a concerned look. Let's turn back. We can resume the expedition some other time. Hold on, I said, raising a finger for everyone to be quiet. I'd heard something in the woods ahead. It sounded like a rustle in the fallen leaves, but much larger than the scurrying of small animals we'd been hearing. The four of us stood silently, not moving a limb as we trained our ears on our surroundings. Christopher was the first to spot it. He pointed to a grouping of trees and silently mouthed the words, "It's a deer." It broke the tension, but only briefly. Quiet as we could, the four of us crept forward to get a better look at it, though I could see Jenny trying to pull Sarah back by the hand. She knew the truth before we did. You see, the more I looked at it, the more I became convinced it wasn't a deer at all. At first glance, it had the familiar silhouette of one, brown fur, wide chest, long legs, and a large set of antlers on top of its head. The first thing that I noticed wasn't quite right were the legs. They were bent at odd angles, at times almost in reverse, and when the animal moved, it did so in jerks and twitches. I whispered for everyone to get back, to start walking the way we'd come. But as quiet as I said it, the deer, or whatever it actually was, must have heard me. It turned its head in my direction, staring directly at me with eyes that were almost human. The antlers on top of its head seemed to be moving and undulating, like hands flexing, reaching out to me, beckoning me. The breath caught in my throat. If I'd been by myself, I would have turned and run as hard as I could, but I had a family to protect, so I kept calm and urged them back as quietly as I could without betraying the terror that had moved into my chest. We moved quickly, but I never stopped checking behind us to make sure that animal, that thing, wasn't following us. Thank God for the ribbons I'd tied, otherwise I don't think I could have thought clearly enough to find our way back. Eventually the woods around us grew lighter and more airy, and I think we all realized then how different the area we'd wandered into had truly been. 10 minutes after that, we got back to the house. We went inside with none of us mentioning a word of what had just happened. I don't even know how much they'd seen of the animal or felt in the air. That night I drove to town and bought an axe. We'd been living in the house for 2 weeks, unpacking, settling in, figuring out this new life of ours when disaster found us. I'd just pulled into the driveway for a supply run when Sarah came rushing out of the house looking scattered. She caught me just as I was stepping out. "Christopher's gone," she said nervously. Her face looked tight and panicked, like skin stretched over bone. "What do you mean, gone?" He's not in the house or in the back. I can't find him anywhere." I ran around the back and checked for him, then each room of the house, calling out his name in case he'd been hiding or playing a trick on us. As I did, I almost missed spotting the clue to where Christopher had gone. The ribbon was missing from where I'd left it, as was a small pair of scissors. I remembered then that Christopher had been asking questions about the area of the woods that we'd stumbled into 2 weeks since. He couldn't let it go, even though I urged him to. He was too young, too curious, and it had led him directly into the path of trouble. I told Sarah about the missing ribbon, and it did nothing to settle her nerves. "Then we'll all go look for him," she said, grabbing a coat. "No. You and Jenny stay here at the house in case he comes back." She didn't like it, but she agreed it was a good idea, especially not bringing Jenny along or leaving her alone. But when I grabbed the axe, the look on her face only intensified. "You never know," I said. She nodded, holding back tears. It only took me a minute to find the first red ribbon I'd tied 2 weeks earlier. Looking back, I wished I'd removed them on our hurried walk back to the house, but at the time I wasn't in the right mind to think of it. In not doing so, I'd given my son a clear path right back to where we'd seen that unnatural creature. "Be careful," Sarah told me. I kissed her and told her I would. Then I set out, me and the axe, following the red ribbons through the forest. Just like the first time, the woods were beautiful and pristine and full of sunlight filtering down through the canopy for much of the walk. More of it this time, actually. It was as if the forest had shifted somehow, changed configurations. I didn't cross into that colder, darker place until much later in the walk. I was sure of it. It didn't make sense, but I couldn't argue with what I was feeling. Soon I reached the last ribbon I remembered tying, not far from where we'd spotted the deer-like beast. I kept my eye out for it, praying I didn't see it again. I didn't. What I did see made my heart leap, because it confirmed I was on the right path. A new ribbon was tied to a tree up ahead. It was lower, the knot messier. Christopher had tied it there. I knew it without a doubt. I wasn't happy with him going into the woods on his own, but I was grateful, beyond words, that he'd used the ribbon like I'd shown him. I followed the path of new ribbons, the woods growing colder and heavier with each step. There were noises all around me, some like whispers, other like chewing and grunting. I gripped my axe tightly and continued on for Christopher's sake. Eventually the ribbons led to a clearing of old trees tangled with dead vines. At the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its twisted roots coiling into the earth like serpents suckling its blood. There, lying on the ground against its knotted trunk, were the scissors and spool of red ribbon. I picked them up almost to check if they were real, and could swear they still felt warm to the touch. Whispers suddenly filled my ears. It was a language I didn't know or recognize, and it came at me in overlapping voices. My head swam with them, threatening to throw me to the ground. Darkness fell like a blanket trying to smother me. I looked around and realized I was trapped. The trees had closed in so tightly that there was no path, no way out. I hacked away at the nearest tree with the axe, but I barely made a dent in its thick bark, as if it was resisting me. The voices grew louder until they converged into one. The language sounded ancient, formless, and though I couldn't make out any of the words, somehow I understood the meaning. The boy is ours. No, I begged, the axe dropping from my hand. I don't know who you are, but he's just a kid. You can take me if you want, but let him go, please. You are ours. I realized what it meant, that I couldn't use myself to bargain since I was already trapped, already theirs. I'll do anything, trade anything, just let him go. My family is all I have. For unending seconds, I waited for an answer. Finally, I got one. The trade is given. Thank you, I cried. A moment later, the trees parted with a great creaking and tearing of roots. One of them spread its vines to reveal Christopher held inside it, filthy and unconscious, clutching some kind of book. I ran to him, scooped him out, carrying him in my arms away from that place. Only once did I look back, just a glance, just long enough to see what looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, antlers outstretched. The entire run back, I only ever paused to remove the red ribbons from the trees. Halfway back, Christopher woke up and was able to walk on his own feet. Eventually, we found our way home, emerging battered from the forest. We'd just barely escaped with our lives, and we knew this. And yet somehow the worst was yet to come. My heart dropped when I saw the back door of the house sitting wide open. Inside we found a mess of broken glass and knocked over chairs, signs of a struggle. Most telling of all, a few dead leaves were scattered on the floor next to what looked like part of a muddy hoof print. In a panic, Christopher and I searched the house, but we already knew in our hearts what we would find. Sarah and Jenny were gone. The trade was given. We tried to find that clearing countless times, but never could. Never even felt close. I wish I'd left the ribbons tied in place on the way back. Thought about it every night as I lay in bed, but in truth I don't know if it would have helped anyway. The forest moves as it wishes, does as it wishes, takes what it wishes. The book Christopher had been clutching out turned out to be a diary he'd found in the woods just before he was taken. I read it cover to cover more times than I can count. A man who wrote it was seeking a place called the Dreadwood that sounded awfully like what we'd seen. Based on the way it ends abruptly, I would say he found it. These days, Christopher and I spend our days searching the forest, hardly speaking except about the search. You might ask, why don't I move away? Why don't I take my son away from South Pines? And more importantly, the Dreadwood. But the answer's simple. We still have so much ribbon left.
It didn't seem to start off as an end-of-the-world scenario, though I reckon I wouldn't truly have known what an end-of-the-world scenario looked like necessarily. I suspect balls of gelatin raining down from the sky would not have given me the first inkling of a clue. Unfortunately, though, as I sit here, huddled alone in this movie theater in the darkness, the stale smell of body odor and popcorn, sticky spots on the floor that I try and convince myself is spilled soda pop, and the sound of my heart loud in my throat, I realized I should have possibly thought balls of gelatin were a possibly potential beginning of the end. I was off my meds and on some good substitutes, if that counts. What the fuck do I know? I'm not even in the movie theater. Not really. But would you believe me if I said I was in a living vat of extraterrestrial jizz, or safely in my own bed? I had just dropped 3 hits of window pane that I found wrapped in foil and buried under a layer of freezer permafrost, wedged between a quarter bottle of vodka and 3 Brussels sprouts that had escaped the confinement of the bag only to suffer a frozen fade among the relics of the past. These hits were supposedly part of the same batch that Hendrix had in his headband as he lit the guitar on fire and established his supremacy years before a cocky kid from Oak Cliff took that same crown as the greatest living guitarist. I told myself I saved them for a special event, yet special events seemed to keep happening while they were covered in gross ice. Now this was a type of super acid. All the good ones had a name, so you felt like you were doing something epic. I didn't expect that the end of the world would be the reason for the trip, but that is exactly where I found myself the night of the storm. I didn't even realize the storm was really real, you know. Like, it was storming, but the details got fuzzy in translation from my eyes to my brain. The lightning was lavender across the soft black of the sky. I had visions of a fungus from a strange documentary I previously watched, Ascomycota. A long cluster of cells that share every sensation in a long strand of molten purple in the fur of a regal panther. The moon peeked out, and the oddness of the storm lent a sickly emerald to the pockmarked face and unflinching orb of the great beast curled around the blue marble. Did the purple hurt the giant cat? Would it bare its claws and strike me down? I didn't care. I'd been chasing the same high for the last 20 years, and all it seemed to do was make everything else fuzzy. I had hair on my brain as thick as the fur on the sky panther. But this felt close, or at least close enough for now. I heard stories about a technique where they drill a hole in your head just right that it induces a permanent trip. I'd like that, or would have. Now I'm not sure. Reality got all sort of flip-flopped and everything feels all fuckered up. There were hints that things were not normal. Even through the new veneer of old drugs, things were off. The rain, for one thing, was hot, and as it began to beat down on the dry ground of the backyard, the temperature seemed to rise. I was sweating on the porch as the old Bowie album wavered on the turntable, and I had the strangest idea that it was raining blood. It was not red. No, more a light blue, like aquarium gravel. And hot when I reached my hand out from under the porch. The drops felt sticky on my hand, stretching as I pulled my fingers apart. Then it began to hail. I jerked back as the precipitation thudded off the roof of the mobile home that hadn't been mobile for the last 50 years, more or less, rendering it more inert than anything, I guess. There was an odd note to the hail hitting the metal roof. Not the typical clang of balls of ice, but softer sounding. A tennis ball with a dent in it, maybe. I watched in amazement as the not hail hit the ground in front of me. There was no Super Ball rebound, but a noticeable bounce that spoke to it, seeming floppier than your typical ice. Is that a word? Floppier? Does it make sense? Hell is frozen. These were almost like cubes of meat, but not. Balls. Balls of gelatin. Not gelatin. I don't know what the fuck it is. Scientists will figure it out one day. Or they won't, and the thing will take over the entire planet. It could. This feels disjointed. I need a joint. Or some orange juice. Maybe just a cigarette. Bear with me, I'm tripping balls and there's a fucking alien something consuming the town. It's raining, I'm on the porch, Bowie is playing, the window pane is coming on strong as I sip lemon and honey. My fingers are stained yellow from chain-smoking cigarettes and joints. The storm rolls in. Balls of fucking gelatin fall like hail off the roof of my not as mobile as it once was home. I watch them splat and rebound into the air. The rain is like blue splooge. I don't know how much of this is real. Right. I had to touch one of the balls. I don't know why, but I felt the need take root in my brain, and my body acted. I was on the porch steps before I knew I had started moving. The balls quivered once they finally grew nearly stationary, and there was a magic in that pulsing of light purple swirling that called gently. It was as if I could hear them begging me to pick them up. Have you ever heard screaming and not realize it is screaming inside your brain? I did. Stopped me dead in my tracks at the edge of the steps. Locked my legs solid as steel as the need to touch the quivering balls of blue space cum littering the unkempt, mostly dirt yard behind my seriously immobile home. The storm stopped. I couldn't tell you if it was moments or hours ago, but the rhythmic slapping ended, leaving the purple flashes in the sky and baleful green glare of the moon and thousands of globs made out of the most enticing substance in the universe. I glared at my cloven hooves grown stationary on the warped boards of the haphazardly constructed temporary steps that became quite permanent in their transience. A black cat came nervously into the yard, spine arched and tail fully fluffed, drawn towards one of the beautiful siren balls. I felt like I had been on the verge of orgasm for hours, and my partner decided to take a nap as I watched the cat raise a paw. My breath caught in my throat and my entire body tingled. The first swipe rebounded off the surface, and both the cat and I looked oddly disappointed. The second time the paw hit the balls, the ball didn't let go. The cat shook its paw, curiously at first, but the squishy hailstone didn't budge. Curiosity turned to concern and then panic, which turned out to be a poor response in a yard of gelatinous little blobs that soon attached themselves to the cat's body. I watched as they pulsated faster, flashes of lavender through translucent blue. They stretched to one another and oozed together until all that remained was a shivering mass enveloping the now motionless cat standing upright. I leaned forward, hips still locked in place by the lizard part of my brain. The cat stared and fried as it slowly melted inside the cocoon of space splooge. The lavender flashed as fur and then skin melted away, layer by layer, exposing the muscle, then bone. Veins and organs appeared and then vanished as the cat seemed to almost fold in upon itself until all that remained was a larger than it had been moments before, blob jiggling on the dirt. The call to touch it was broken as the horror of the cat vanishing was replaced by the singular knowledge I was tripping harder than I had since I got dosed at a talking heads show. My body relaxed, muscles burning from lactic acid, and I sat back down to watch the light show. It looked like the cosmos in lavender as it ran through the now 4-foot tumor. The small bits seemed to shake more and mercurially slink toward the greater good. I got up and turned over the album and grabbed a bottle of orange juice and my trusty bong and went back to watch the show. The call of the balls of goop must have grown as they sought to join together, because squirrels and raccoons scurried into the yard and stood in a ring around the mass. I took a long hit and let out a rattling cough that should have at least startled the animals, but they didn't even flinch. Every time I blinked, the lavender spots seemed to stay within my eyelids, and between that and Bowie singing in the throes of milk and cocaine and peppers, I found myself on a new level of reality. The first squirrel touched the blob, causing me to jerk back at the sudden speed it seemed in which the squirrel went from there to inside to melted. One by one, the woodland critters were engulfed and consumed. The lone balls of gelatin began shaking fiercely, then seemed to pull into the central mass, which had become easily 7 or 8 feet in size at this point. The lilac flares grew bright enough that I saw lights in the neighboring trailers switch on and faces peek out at the commotion. I hit the bong again and let out another body-convulsing cough. I didn't care for how the blob reacted to my hacking. The purple concentrated on the side of the lump closest to me. The calling got louder again, but the knowledge none of this was really happening kept me seated. But I didn't like the way it was concentrating on me. I also didn't remember window pane being this intense in the early 70s. I didn't know it was the end of the world either. So as I watched raccoons and squirrels melt to nothing inside an ever-expanding blob that was now nearly 15 feet wide with wobbling balls of gelatin slowly oozing their way to join the main mass staring eyelessly at me, it was with a smile of eager anticipation. This was unfortunately where the trip began to go very bad.
What the fuck is that thing, Gary?
Pat called to me from the fence line. I smiled even wider. You can see it too, Pat? I'll be damned. It just ate up some squirrels and a couple of raccoons. Hell if I know what it is. Pat slowly nodded. He did everything slowly. Folks said it was out of taking time to consider all possibilities before answering. I call bullshit on that. On no fewer than 3 occasions, that dumb son of a bitch attempted to eat the same wax apple from the dish on the coffee table. 3 times that I knew of. But every now and then, I see fresh indentations in the dusty wax, and I know it's him.
Come down from the storm? It sounded a mite peculiar on the roof. Didn't expect it to be so big. Or pretty,
he said, staring at the clusters of purple light in the milky goop. Yep, balls of this space jizz came flopping down from the sky. Snot, too. It was weird as shit. I was curious if Pat would melt, and I never had anything against him, not even that he's as dumb as a sack of rocks, but it sure was neat watching that cat disappear. I tapped out a cigarette and lit it. My fingers shook a little from the excitement. You hear it calling you? Like whispering for you to touch it? It did that to me. Pat didn't answer me. He just stood staring at the blob, which was erupting in all new patterns of purple blossoms. He slowly moved towards the gap in the fence and squeezed through. It wasn't so difficult 5 years ago when he first moved into the park, but middle age settles on everyone eventually, and as his gut got caught on the corner of the fence, I imagined he would make quite the feast for the ooze. Not that I wanted that to happen. I would never wish anything bad to happen to Pat, or anyone. Maybe that bastard Miller at the end of the park, throwing cookouts and overcooking the meat, serving dry steaks and hamburgers while telling the lamest job jokes. Would Miller taste worse than Pat? Probably less flavor, though I doubt anything that eats cats and squirrels and raccoons would be picky. I watched Pat walk towards the blob and felt a new sensation, almost sexual in nature, wavering off the goo. It was excited at the idea of eating Pat. And the dumb bastard had an expression that said he was just as excited. Hey, Pat, why don't you come over here and have a toot off the old bong, and we can watch the blob together? He nodded dreamily, but didn't veer from his heading. Pat? Damn it, man, listen to me. Don't approach it. His prodigious belly hit the blob first, and they seemed to shake together, symbiotically sending waves to wiggle through different types of gelatin. Pat smiled placidly as the purple light swarmed to where his belly pressed against the gelatinous mass. He seemed to look through the blob at me directly, through the distortion of sentient ejaculate, and I watched as his expression changed from bliss to sudden painful awareness. Have you ever been to one of them baby doctors? The ones that help the ladies give birth, not necessarily actually the baby doctor. Before the divorce, there were a series of miscarriages. Wasn't either of our faults. Some people just don't have families. It was for the best. Not then. Fuck no. But time proved that some things don't withstand the passing. Prenatal. That's the doctor. Prenatal. Anyways, they have this anatomical figure with a clear belly, and you can see the baby in different stages of development. Looking through the wobbly ooze, Pat looked much the same, except instead of seeing the baby, I saw his guts pressed against the goo as his eyes went from sleepy to horrified. He pushed away from the blob, his hands melted down to exposed bone and rubbery tendon snapping back. The seal broken between him and the blob had his guts just suddenly spilling out onto the wet dirt. Not even spilled, tumbled like pasta out of a colander. while his screams, hoarse, wet, and thick, got lost in Bowie. The blob slid slowly forward, engulfing his lower legs and the various fluids pulling in the mud around them. Fuck was all I could manage, with the modest hope the creature could manage to absorb or whatever the rest of Pat. I didn't relish the thought of whatever I was seeing as my neighbor in 16 or so hours after the drugs wore off. Well, it did think whatever god jizzed through the cosmos to land on my trailer slowly consume all of Pat in wet, squelching jiggles. It was like a Zamboni slowly clearing the surface of the ice. But then the lavender concentrated on the side closest to me. I was quite sure I was lying on my thin mattress under the black lights, falling deeper and deeper into my own rabid subconscious. It was the only explanation for a shimmering 20-foot blob that just ate my neighbor. I decided to take a stroll through the park and started laughing insanely as I realized I wanted to take my new pet for a walk to mark its new territory. As I stepped down the rickety boards, the temporary permanent steps to my immobile home, the blob did something strange and new. It bristled slightly, and then spikes erupted from the edges of the creature. 5-foot goo spikes that quivered along with the purple pulses. They seemed to sniff at the air, and like the lavender firing inside of it, were too interested in me. "Hey, I'm not fucking food. You understand me?" I said sternly to the blob, shaking my finger at it. The spikes undulated slightly, and they seemed to suddenly find the trees interesting. "Good. You're not ruining my trip by being a greedy asshole. I'm gonna call you Blobert. Can you understand me, Blobert?" I asked it. I have no fucking clue if it did or not. It just sort of roiled in place, space jizz shaped like an angry hedgehog. The way the blue caught the little arcs of lilac reminded me of this girl I used to date back in New York. She had hair that looked a lot like those spikes, and a tattoo of faded cherries right above her own faded cherry. I'd pretend I was Pac-Man chasing that cherry as my tongue darted in and out of her, tracing shapes around and across her clit. She had dyed her pubes the same bluish purple. No clue what her name was now. I just think of her as Ms. Pac-Man in those feverish times at night when I can't sleep and pull at my cock angrily, hoping to release enough happy chemicals to sleep for a few hours. "Come on, Blobert, let's meet the neighbors." I called out to it and began to walk around the trailer towards the cracked pavement that wound through the clusters of rusted trailers in 70 shades of avocado and browns. I heard Blobert sort of slithering across the ground towards me. I lit the joint I had nearly forgotten about in my pants pocket and smiled up to that gleaming panther that made up the evening sky.
"Hey, Ursa, you check out the storm earlier?"
The squeaky voice of Jimmy shouted. I looked over and saw him sitting in his front yard, bare feet in a kiddie pool that was shaped like a turtle. I didn't need light to know the ground around him was littered with empty tall boys. "Hey, Jimmy, I did from the deck. That was pretty crazy." Jimmy smiled, and the streetlight caught his eyes, and they seemed to shine like a cat in the dark.
"Sounded like the worst of it hit your place. Was it hell?"
"Balls of gelatin, I think. Some kind of celestial spunk that sprayed down from heaven. Maybe. Fucked if I know." I heard Blobert steadily drawing closer and made my way towards Jimmy. "I'm tripping my balls off, so I'm not really sure about anything, know what I mean?" Jimmy nodded.
"Been there, Ursa. Too many times to count. You got any more acid?"
Well, it was my time to smile. "As a matter of fact, I might have something even better." Jimmy's eyes grew wide for a second, and then his face went slack.
"What is that thing, Ursa?"
he asked softly. I looked over my shoulder and saw Blobert oozing down the road. "Well, that's Blobert. I think he's sentient semen. He ate Pat and some critters a little bit ago."
"Cool. I'm gonna touch it. I need to touch it."
I shrugged my shoulders and looked through the cans for an unopened one. "I'm gonna steal a beer while you do that."
"Cool."
I sat down in one of the plastic-banded lawn chairs that was mostly just an iron bar across my ass in the faded shades of yesterday's summer. There was a layer of slime shimmering on top of the turtle's wet spot. "Blobert might eat you, Jimmy. Just a heads up."
That sounds pretty all right to me. It sure is pretty.
Jimmy just sort of sleptwalked down the road to where Blobert slowly slid. Blobert seemed slightly larger, but maybe that was the spikes. It was that lady with the cherry tattoo that dosed me before the Talking Heads show. I don't know why I'm more fixated on remembering her name than on Jimmy, who was meandering to an ignoble fate. My brain must be chewing on something big. "Hey, Jimmy, you remember Yvonne?" Jimmy slowed a little.
The cute little redhead, yeah, I remember her.
"Yep, that's her. I had an awfully big crush on her. I ever tell you that?" Jimmy stumbled a little but kept moving.
I don't think you ever did. That bitch was crazy. You dodged a bullet there.
I nodded and took a long pull off the beer. I remembered seeing her one morning as I left for work. She was leaving Jimmy's trailer and had the makings of a nasty shiner already forming. It never quite settled right, that black eye, but in my hurt, I blew it off as them both getting what they deserved. But they didn't. She got hit, and he got away with it. Until now. "Fuck you, Jimmy," I said as I lit a cigarette. Blobert didn't want to wait this time. It lashed out quickly with 4 spikes that lanced through Jimmy's forearms and thighs. Jimmy screamed in pain as it lifted him into the air. A splattering of liquid hitting the ground made me flinch until I realized it was from Jimmy pissing himself, not something disgusting. That was when Blobert began to pulsate faster and faster. I leaned forward, the iron rod painfully jamming my tailbone to get a better look at the lights. They seemed agitated. "Don't play with your food, Blobert," I said as Jimmy gasped loudly, readying more screams. The 4 spikes snapped in different directions, and so did large pieces of that sack of shit Jimmy. I don't even know exactly what everything was that fell along with the oblong-shaped chunk of torso and head that used to be my abusive neighbor. I threw up bile and orange juice into the jizz-riddled water in the turtle's concave shell. Blobert just oozed forward, the slowest and most inefficient street sweeper ever, to dissolve the remnants of Jimmy. That's when I noticed all the lights that had come to life in the park. This was about to get exciting. I began rooting around for another beer in the grass. My father saw things, not intergalactic jizz monsters that ate assholes and morons. At least I don't think he did. He never talked about it, but when he had enough to drink, usually 6 or 7 nights a week only, he would begin yelling at them. He would have been disappointed at how close the apple stayed to the rotten trunk, but I had Blobert, so fuck him and anyone else. Somewhere off in the distance I heard sirens. I wondered which of these criminals called the cops. I saw Eleanor peek her head around the curtains. Not her. She made meth in her shed out back. The smell would damn near choke the life out of you some days. I looked around the trailer sitting at off angles and began to think of that Ryder guy and his non-Euclidean geometries. All I could think was how fucked up my subconscious must really be. And still the sirens grew closer. "Sounds like you're about to get your food by delivery, Blobert. Eat a cop for me," I called out and drained a second beer.
"Ursa, what's that thing?"
Kara called out. I turned towards her trailer. She peered out the screen door, squat and mannish looking with one of her howling broods stuck to her large flat breast. "Miss Kara, let me introduce you to Blobert, the sentient nutsock of the gods. Blobert, this is Kara, day shift stripper at the Bone Zone."
"Day shift manager at the Bone Zone,"
Kara corrected. "Tired of getting your titties slapped?" I asked casually as the red and blue began to shine at the entrance to the park.
"I am making more money with my shorts on for the first time I can remember,"
she stated proudly. "Would have thought they'd have seen that 3 kids ago," I muttered. She stared at Blobert for a minute. I hoped she wouldn't take the bait and wander out. Not with their kid, at least. I had to draw the line, even in a drug-induced hellscape of my own creation.
Is his name really Blobert?
That just confused me. Yeah, Blobert the Blob. Why?
I don't know, sounds like a male name. Is it a male?
I scrunched up my face and tried not to curse in front of her child suckling at that leathery, deflated clown balloon. I failed. God damn it, Kara. How in the fuck would I know if it's a male or not? The entire thing is made of some sort of fucking man-eating gelatin. It doesn't have a fucking dick flopping behind it. Use your fucking head. It's a clever name. It's a blob. Blobert.
Don't you dare raise your voice at me, Ursa. You ill-mannered bastard. Using profanity in front of my fucking child.
She yelled and then slammed her front door. Blobert bristled and began to move towards her trailer. I clapped my hands and the purple lights focused on me. We don't eat children or dogs. We're civilized creatures. The lights guiltily swarmed to the back left corner for a second, and I saw a studded collar exit the blob. You did not eat Mr. Winkles. Mr. Winkles was the most badass chihuahua ever. He had been found injured as a pup and nursed back to health. He had a long scar on his little throat from where something had tried to eat him, which left him unable to bark. He just sort of chuffed softly and then attacked your ankles. Now he was gone. Don't feel bad, Blobert. We hadn't gotten into the rules yet. No more dogs. No kids. The light swarmed for a moment and then focused on the cherries on the cop car speeding through the park. Don't do anything until I get back. Gotta piss, and Jimmy ain't using his commode anymore, I announced and then got up painfully. Jimmy's trailer looked like that cartoon whatever the fuck it was, brown and snarling, spinning through walls and whatnot. Came here to let off some steam. I wish that coyote had gotten that smug son of a bitch roadrunner. And fuck Acme for their overcomplicated machinery. It was half shoddy craftsmanship and half bad luck for that poor bastard. But you gotta ask yourself, with all he had spent on gadgets and paint for the seemingly endless number of tunnels he painted on reddish stone, couldn't he have just ordered a roadrunner already slaughtered and prepared like 10,000 times over? One less order to the quacks at Acme and spent on a professional hitman to quickly and concisely take care of that meeping cocksucker, and the problem is solved. The fuck was I talking about? Jimmy's trailer. I do not understand how that kiddie pool in the shape of a turtle, trailer looking like a roach motel, all around repugnant soul managed to have a revolving cast of decent ladies debasing themselves. The place was gross. Trash everywhere, overflowing ashtrays. Roaches seemed to have built a small fiefdom in the kitchen sink, but the fridge was full of beautiful tall boys, so I forgave him a little. He was quartered, after all. I just pissed right there. I'm not proud of my actions, but I really didn't give a shit. I sort of thought I was pissing myself in bed, which is worse in its own way, so I was able to just let loose a stream onto the empty boxes of condoms on the floor. Magnum condoms. Good for you, Jimmy. I heard the tires screech as the cops must have seen Blobert and grabbed two tall boys and went out to watch the show. To my surprise, Eleanor was standing next to the cops, twitching and scratching at her arm sticking out of a ragged old bathrobe. Her hair was seaweed flowing in the breeze like a trailer park Venus de Milo, with burnt lips trying to act like she was a concerned citizen. Hey, El. Evening, officers. What seems to be the problem? I asked nonchalantly as I popped the top of the first beer.
Hey, Ursa, your dick's hanging out.
Eleanor said distractedly.
Sir, could you put your penis away, please?
A heavy-set Hispanic officer said, a dreamy air to his voice. I looked down and saw my junk just hanging, and was pretty grateful it was all just a hallucination. It is a mite chilly tonight. My apologies, I muttered as I set down my beer and took my boys back inside. Sir, it is 92 degrees outside, the other officer said, clearly a rookie with a high and tight fade and pressed pants. Now, officer, I don't take too kindly to your implications, I began a bit heatedly.
It is probably a good dick. Likely a grower. Not all of them are showers, and not all showers are good ones.
Eleanor said kindly. Blobert appeared to be confused and agitated at the flashing red and blue lights. It seemed to swell up. The thick mucus roiled in the nearly frothy slick of cerulean alien discharge, and a spike launched forward through the center of the rookie's forehead and shattered the cherries on the police cruiser. Cherry! Her goddamn nameless Cherry! Like the tattoo! How in the fuck did that escape me for this long? That crazy asshole poured half a vial of acid into my amaretto sour, and I didn't realize it until David Byrne started singing and the waves ran across my sweaty body like a lover's tongue. I bet that's what Blobert feels like right before you realize you're being consumed.
What the fuck?
The other cop, feels unnecessary to say Hispanic since he is the sole survivor, shouted. He pulled his gun, and the world felt an odd precipice of horror and surreal. Eleanor was apparently well equipped for the end of the world, and the chaos didn't seem to faze her at all. She straight up pulled out a pipe and torch and took a big hit of her bathtub meth. I found myself gleefully walking towards her as the cop pointed his gun at Blobert while staring at the rookie. The spike, more like a tentacle I guess really, snapped back with a wet gurgle. The rookie stood for a moment, and as I passed behind him, I smiled at Blobert and raised a thumb for it to see through the gaping hole where most of his head had been. Something fell with a wet flop from the top of his skull to where his tongue flopped like a bluegill on the shore of his ruined mouth. Blobert flashed a happy lavender at me, which was nice in a holy fucking hell sort of way.
That your pet?
Eleanor asked as she handed me the pipe. The blue flame hit and the crystal bubbled on the side of the glass like diarrhea against a truck stop toilet bowl. I watched the smoke coalesce like in a palm reader shop crystal ball and saw my future in the rolling smoke. I was going to be fucked up. The smoke hit like inhaling truck exhaust, and I felt all the liquid in my mouth turn into electricity as my pupils snapped with an audible click 3 sizes smaller, or roughly normal-sized in conflict with the acid. No, I think he's my ego, or ID. I don't know. I only took psychology to get laid. I said as the smoke tore free from my lungs.
Did it work?
Did what work? I asked, confused. Her hair was floating like one of those plasma balls that the voltage follows your fingers. I wanted to touch it, but even in my state of inebriation, I thought better of it.
Did you get laid? From the class?
She was still staring at Blobert, and I could tell she wanted to go to it. Yeah, a couple of times. Enough that I kept going until they kicked me out. I offered her the unopened beer, but she didn't notice it.
I think I want to dive into your ego for a swim. Do you hear it calling?
Eleanor asked, her hands constantly scratching. I didn't answer. It didn't matter, as she had already taken the first steps towards the blob. The cop seemed halfway between panic and joining her. I just chugged down the beer and felt electricity spark under my skin. What did it matter if none of it were real? Hey, Eleanor? I watched as she walked slowly to her doom. Did you mean it about it being a good dick? She kept moving forward.
You are no Jimmy, Ursa.
I couldn't argue that, bastard. Instead, I shrugged my shoulders and said, Blobert, she's extra spicy with meth. The purple swirled towards Eleanor curiously, or whatever lights inside of a blob of carnivorous goop tend to do.
Ma'am, I wouldn't go near that thing,
the cop said, but his heart wasn't really in it. He seemed to have forgotten the body of his partner lying in a pool of various fluids. He still held his weapon trained on Blobert, although I think he may have forgotten that as well. You have to wonder what kind of fucked up trauma makes these kinds of visions. I didn't know I knew enough about human anatomy to make such a realistic image. If it were a vagina, sure, I could likely make a field of happy little vaginas, dripping dew that sparkles under a cartoon sun. I could hear that song about tiptoeing through the tulips played in my head. Man, how long has it been since I've gotten laid? What year is it? Blobert sent out 2 tentacles, and I was surprised to see them pause tentatively, as if examining Eleanor. She reached out and touched one of them. To my surprise, it didn't melt through her hand. The other tentacle wrapped itself around her stomach, and I flinched, expecting to see her be torn in two. Blobert surprised me again. It gently lifted her into the air, and she let out a giggle of pure joy as it swooped her about like a toy airplane. The look on her face was ecstatic as Blobert finally grew bored and pulled her into the center of its mass. The smile never left her face as her skin grew translucent. I watched her nude form stripped bare of flesh, just striated muscle that began to fade away. Her breastbone was exposed and soon her heart beneath. I stared in awe as her heart beat in time with the lavender flashes. Then Eleanor simply ceased to be, the last wispy remnants of her becoming one with the blue blob.
This is Officer Hernandez, requesting immediate backup at the Shady Holler Mobile Estates. Officer down. Suspect is
Sentient glob of space nut, I added, hoping to help. The officer just stared at me, panic in his eyes.
I don't know what it is, but it has killed 2.
4 people now, and an assortment of critters, and Mr. Winkles. Again, just trying to be helpful.
Sir, is this creature yours?
Officer Hernandez asked me. I laughed at the silliness of the question. Does anything living truly belong to someone else? Blobert and I just met, but I think we are getting to the friend stage.
Blobert?
He seemed confused as he asked, which I got. These are confusing times, no doubt about it. First thing that came to mind. It doesn't seem to mind, do you, Blobert? The sound of sirens grew louder, and I realized most of the park had come out to see the commotion. Cops being called out was nothing new. A blob eating people was. I could just imagine one of the scumbags getting a chance to be on television, explaining to the attractive and thoroughly disgusted reporter, giving pithy anecdotes like, it sounded like a freight train, or some other such bullshit. I just wanted to be entertained.
I am going to shoot it,
Officer Hernandez said calmly. It has a name, and I don't think a bullet can hurt Blobert anyway. It literally melts people. He looked at me, and I saw a lone bead of sweat run down his forehead and right into the corner of his eye. He didn't even wipe it away.
I think it wants to eat me.
I nodded. For sure, that's what it does. He looked ready to cry.
I want it to eat me.
I nodded again. That is what seems to happen. Pheromones, maybe. I didn't do well in biology, and I might have skipped the day they talked about alien ejaculates that rained from the sky. That didn't seem to ease his mind at all.
I have a wife at home. How will the guys explain this to her?
I patted his shoulder and he flinched. Any kids? He shook his head. Well, fuck, Officer Hernandez. And maybe it's the window pane, or joints, or the beer, or that hit of meth talking. But I think you should go with your heart.
You really think so?
He asked softly. Dude, I am in that trailer right now, covered in piss and possibly vomit, sweating my way through the greatest trip anyone has ever had. Fucked if I know what you should or should not do. Hell, I knew 3 or 4 of the people, and I didn't do shit to help them. I don't even know you. He looked at me plainly confused, but shrugged his shoulders and set his feet in a firing stance. Blobert, this might tickle. He means to shoot you with the metal thing in his hand. Blobert just kept slithering forward, though the lavender seemed focused on Officer Hernandez, who looked at me and said,
Tell my wife I loved her.
I seriously doubt I will do that. He sighed and sighted down the barrel. I didn't understand that. Blobert was the size of a trailer at this point. I think a missed shot would say a lot more about the officer's ability than proper stance and sighting, but who the fuck am I? The shot surprised me, so loud and too close for my liking. I watched through my flinch as time dilated, and I could see the air displaced and the bark of flame from the barrel as the bullet came sliding out. It spun clockwise, and the smoke was pulled along with it, leaving a chemtrail through the night. I don't know what I expected. Maybe it would enter the mass of goo and I could see it even more clearly as it lost momentum before being spat out onto the street. I didn't expect Blobert to burst. The bullet seemed to slide syrupy across the distance between us and Blobert, and as it pierced the outer layer of jizz and broke the surface tension, Blobert exploded all over the street and trailers with a wet slap. I'll be goddamned, I muttered, the disappointment clearing my tone.
I did it. I'm a fucking hero.
Officer Hernandez shouted. I just felt a profound sadness at the loss of a friend. I turned to Officer Hernandez with a heavy heart. You're no hero, just a fucked up allusion to my checkered past or something. A figment of childhood trauma, and you have some Blobert on your face, asshole. He looked at me angrily.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, sir. But you're coming into the precinct. Near as I can tell, you allowed 4 murders and stood around doing illicit drugs as they happened. You are just as guilty as the Blob.
Its name was Blobert, you fucking pig! I shouted at him. The splash of Blobert on his face twitched. I stared at it, willing my friend to be okay. My eyes grew wide as I saw it twitch again, and a little flash of purple glowed on Hernandez's face. Then the goo drained into the corner of his eye. 1 second it was there, the next it seemed to be absorbed. Interesting. I thought about those little fish in the Amazon that swim up streams of urine and make their home in some hapless idiot's urethra. I leaned forward and Officer Hernandez glared at me. That's when I saw something sliding just beneath his skin. I smiled. Have you ever read about those fish that climb into dicks? The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and my head was throbbing. Hernandez rolled me onto my stomach and I had my hands cuffed behind my back before I could spell pig. He reeked of fear and sour sweat as he leaned down and whispered into my ear.
You are going to fry for this, you piece of shit junkie.
I painfully rolled onto my side and spat blood onto his polished black shoes. He reared back and kicked me in the stomach, and the last beer came gurgling back out of my throat. It got on his shoes too, cocksucker.
Not so fucking smug now, are you?
He sneered. The fish swim up the urine stream and into the urethra where it makes its new home. It's supposed to be excruciatingly painful, I wheezed. He crouched down to look into my eyes.
You think I give 2 tugs of a dead rat's cock about fish in the Amazon? Or anything else a low-life piece of shit has to say?
I smiled. Not really. I just wanted to see what Blobert was going to do. Hope you didn't piss it off, seeing as how you have some alien super spunk roaming around in your skull. For a moment, Hernandez looked ready to punch me. Then I saw a muted flash beneath his cheek. Hernandez let out a scream like a wounded animal, and his joints all seemed to pop, and his limbs became pinned at odd angles. I felt something slither down my forearm, but with them clenched behind my back, I couldn't tell what it was. Probably blood. I spat on Hernandez as he lay vibrating in a St. Vitus dance. A strange mewling whine seemed caught in the back of his throat. Then the cuffs snapped open and my arms were suddenly free. I rubbed at my wrist to restore feeling in my tingling hands and saw Blobert residue on my skin. I panicked for a moment as I waited for my skin to melt, but the goo just oozed off of me. I looked around in relief and saw all of the dripping pools were reforming. I pushed myself up and pulled out my smokes. They better not be broken, asshole, I said to the twitching broken officer before tapping one out. Bent but serviceable. I lit it and felt the smoke rush through my lungs, the cherry on the cigarette leaving tracers in the air. Still tripping. Good. Still not real. Thank you, Blobert. We are officially friends. That's when shit got gross. Hernandez's skin began to really start moving. Have you ever seen them put hot dough in a fryer at the fair? It goes in flat and lifeless, and within seconds it puffs and browns. Or when they make pork rinds? That's what his flesh began doing, swelling with large quivering pustules. Poor Officer Hernandez was not seeming to enjoy himself. His face distorted, and he looked like that redhead in the movie with Cher, the one with the lumpy head. What the fuck was that called? Mask? Erik Stoltz, real tearjerker with that hot blind chick. Sis seemed to undulate in various states of being all over his exposed flesh, and judging by the way his clothes stretched, it must have been a full-body reaction. Imagine your blood is Pepsi and someone injected your arm with pure Colombian pop rocks. An orgy of chaos that erupted in time to the silent symphony of lavender. Blobert was conductor and musician, and Hernandez was the instrument of sublime torment. I didn't want to keep watching, but I could not look away. It was like when Melvin got out of the barrel of toxic waste, the pink tutu grafted to his mangled flesh as he hid in the junkyard and became the Toxic Avenger. I threw up for the third time as Blobert expelled itself from the swollen pores along Officer Hernandez's writhing form. It was like 10,000 pimples popping at one time. That viscous blue spunk oozed in long strands like Play-Doh being pressed through a nozzle. It was a feat of reverse bukkake on an entire body-quaking scale. The skin burst, and the last of the alien load drizzled back along the street, and putrefied innards, a smoothie of grotesquerie, spilled from the ruined husk. I looked at Blobert. The flashes of lilac seemed nearly mischievous, and I smiled. That was fucking gross. There are a lot more of those guys coming, probably with bigger weapons. I looked around at all the people standing in front of their homes, staring in horror at my friend.
What in the fuck is that?
I heard from behind me, and I swear I heard the shouts of 1,000 ruined burgers carried by that voice. I turned slowly to see the nemesis to the art of grilling himself, Chris, standing behind the police car. "Come around the car," I beckoned. I didn't have to look to know Blobert was doing its thing. I could see as Chris's jaw went slack and began to shuffle around the cruiser. I pointed, and he looked down at the fetid remains of Officer Hernandez and began to gag. "That is the equivalent of the last cookout you threw in human form. You're a goddamn disgrace to grilling," Chris argued through gags.
"Well done is perfectly acceptable."
I laughed. "You served the goddamn briquette instead of the meat." 4 cruisers and an armored-looking something, an armadillo with fiery red eyes maybe, came screaming into the park. Chris was walking towards Blobert, and I had the sneaking suspicion this was about to get ugly. Blobert began to grow agitated again. The flashing lights reflecting off the trailer windows made it swell up again. A tentacle whipped forward and grabbed Chris by the legs. A second speared him through the skull, with the pop of a cantaloupe dropping off a balcony, as Blobert spun Chris's dead body a few times before hurling it into the first cruiser. You wouldn't expect 250 pounds to make a car shudder like it did. The windshield shattered, and the impact snapped Chris back and nearly in two as his legs broke the light array. The cops poured out of the armadillo in black gear that screamed dangerous with bigger weapons that made me a little nervous. They aimed at Blobert, but seemed to ignore the fact that I was standing between them. I raised my hand slowly. Hi. I'm Ursa, and I am directly in the line of fire. The big glop of blue-tinted death behind me is Blobert. I turned slowly towards Blobert. Don't be shy. Say hello to the nice men with implements of murder. I swear Blobert waved a tentacle. Then the world exploded around me. They unloaded round after round that did exactly what I suspected earlier before the space splooge decided to be clever. He has to be my ID. There is no way my ego could be that clever. It went on like the crescendo to a 4th of July celebration, as I ducked behind a squad car and covered my ears with my hands. Then it was quiet. I heard the cops reloading their weapons and the sound of metal hitting the asphalt as Blobert spat out the bullets. "It's actually really sweet," It doesn't like mean people, or ones that run perfectly good hamburgers. But other than that, it's pretty cool. His name is Blobert, I called out to the cops. And then I heard a strange concussion of air. A smoke trail raced towards Blobert and bounced off and began rolling towards me. I looked inquisitively at the odd-shaped ordnance as it wobbled closer. My eyes grew wide as I realized exactly what it was, and I scrambled up and over the hood of the cruiser right as the grenade went off. I felt gravel and dirt tear through my legs, but I couldn't see the damage through the smoke that drifted from the crater. I realized I couldn't really feel my legs besides the lacerating waves of agony that swept through me. I felt cold and realized I had partially exploded. The smoke cleared and I saw Blobert flashing at me as dark circles overtook my vision. Tentacles wrapped around me, and I knew that this was the end of the form of my consciousness. Blobert would consume me, and maybe I would finally wake up in my trailer with some cheesy B-movie from the 50s playing loudly in the background. The tentacles lifted me gently in the air, and I felt myself slide through the outer membrane. It tingled in a not unpleasant way, and soon I was floating painlessly in an ever-growing blob. I took a tentative breath of the goo and was shocked to find I could breathe it in, like amniotic fluid almost. I wondered if that would speed up the process, allow Blobert to consume from the inside out as well. The purple flashed through my paper-thin skin as I watched, waiting for it to grow translucent, but it didn't. Tendrils began to blossom from my ruined legs. Bone grew like one of those frozen fingers of ice that slowly tickled its way to the bottom of the ocean. My femur stretched out, then my kneecap and the two that make up the lower leg. I could never remember which was which, tibia and fibula, my ankle, and then the little bones that made up my feet. I hung, a half-formed fetus in a wound of dancing lights. Veins and arteries snaked like vines as muscle and then flesh formed. My clothes melted as Blobert knitted my flesh back together from the various injuries that had seemed minor in comparison to getting my lower half obliterated. I felt better than ever as the drugs filled my mind and joy radiated against my flesh. I wondered if when absorbing things, Blobert gained an understanding of them as they melded into its central mass. Did it have a vast accumulated knowledge of beings we could never dream of? The lights that swirled around me suggested so. I just couldn't decode the message. Then I saw that Blobert had given me an upgrade. One magnum-sized dong flopping happily between my freshly grown legs. Things were looking up. I curled up tightly and Blobert decided to fight back. I couldn't fathom how I was floating safely within the tentacles that skewered and dissolved two cops. Blobert moved, but I could only tell by the wreckage accumulating outside. The more he consumed, the larger he grew, and the safer I felt as my eyes grew accustomed to the watery view. One of the cops in riot gear panicked and began to run. Blobert sent a spike that tore straight through the poor bastard's ass with enough force that his stomach and now inside-out esophagus wrapped around it. I saw trailers knocked over and wondered how long I had spent nearly catatonic. The armadillo was flipped upside down, and besides the lights flashing in the distance, that seemed to be the last of the police. Blobert slowly oozed down the road, out of the trailer park, and paused as if uncertain. I pointed towards downtown because why the hell not? There I sat, reclined in cubic gallons of space semen, watching the end of the world play out like I was in a movie shot from the creature's point of view. The membrane of my screen to a landscape of destruction that I had a feeling was going to be magnificent. Until the drugs wear off, that is.
You never did like that corner of your room. It was just out of reach from the faint and flickering television, riddled with shadows. I remember your nightly texts, begging me to come over and stay with you until dawn. You said the darkness was too much to bear, that what was waiting within it was watching. I assured you so many times over the months that you were safe, that the shadows were nothing more than the trick of light. The nights I stayed with you, I would keep a close eye on that corner, on the shadows stirring. And that was all they simply were, shadows. Yet, no matter how often I tried to comfort you, you told me otherwise. Can't you see him? You told me in the early morning hours. You would awake to an added weight on your bed. A man, no, creature, smothered in shadow. You'd say he would just sit there and stare through empty voids, examining each of your movements, your breaths. But you never saw his face. All you could make out was the heavy stench of decay, death. Night after night, I would hear the same story, but each time I stayed with you, the entity never appeared. You're tired, I'd say. Overexhaustion can cause the mind to conjure shapes in the darkness. They're not shapes, you'd interject. They're real. He's real. And he's coming for me. It wasn't until late November that my suspicion finally grew. You were working the closing shift at your job, bringing you home close to 1 a.m. I waited in your room, in silence, scrolling through social media on my phone until you'd come home. When I heard the knock on your bedroom door, just a little past 12, I assumed you'd finished up early. But it wasn't you. It was your younger brother, Brad, only 10. Can I stay in here with you? Your brother always looked up to me, so I assumed it was more or less to tell me about his school day or show me videos he was making on his mobile app. But something about him seemed off. I could sense the fear in his eyes and the quiet way that he spoke. He was never one to keep his voice down, even after his family had fallen asleep. He'd regularly get a scolding. "Your father's in bed, keep it down." But tonight, he just wasn't himself. So, of course, I stepped aside and let him in. When I asked him if everything was okay, he shook his head and gazed at the floor. My initial thought was either a bad dream keeping him awake, bullying in school, or the late-night loneliness of a child missing his estranged mother. But what he uttered was nothing that I was expecting. "The woodsman was visiting again." At first, I suspected you had been telling Brad these stories, hoping to keep him awake at night. You never called it the woodsman, but from the child's description, I was certain it was the same old story. A dark, shadowy figure that lurked in the corner of the room, getting closer as the night went on, with every blink, every fading ray of light. "He comes every night and he watches me. And that smell!" It took me by surprise when you informed me you'd never spoken of the being with your brother. You said you were too busy with work or with me, and when you were home, he was in school. It was just more evidence, more proof that this thing was real, but I'd yet to see it. I tried thinking back to when you first began mentioning him. When we first started dating, you were so full of happiness and laughter. Now, you're quiet, solemn. But when was the last time I'd seen you genuinely smile? The only night I could think of was in autumn, late October. The night we decided to play that game. It was the week before Halloween, and I'd been spending nearly every day at your house. My schedule was light at work, so I took the earlier shifts to ensure I would be home with you most of the day, just in time to get the kids from school down the street. You came from a decently sized family. Your younger brother and twin sisters, Sasha and Sarah, who were just entering their first year of high school. Sasha was much more refined and mature beyond her age. She was quiet, with a borderline Wednesday Addams look to her. Sarah, on the other hand, was far more childish. Bright, loud, pastel and bubblegum. I often wondered how they could be sisters, let alone twins. The girls would always be home about an hour before the elementary school let out, so most days they would join us in picking up your little brother. I remember how crisp the air had been that day. The leaves crunched under our feet as we walked down the long side streets to the school. We held hands, our body heat keeping each other warm. From behind us, I remember hearing your sisters giggling, talking in hushed tones. It wasn't until after we picked Brad up that we heard what they were conspiring.
Dad's working late tonight,
Sasha said.
He said he won't be home until at least midnight. We're thinking, why don't we do a little ghost hunting? You know, to kill the time.
You barked back immediately at your sister. You know Dad doesn't want any of that in the house. He doesn't even want us speaking about...
Dude, chill.
Sarah chimed in.
Dad's not home until late, can't you hear? He won't even know. Plus, I know you've been dying to do it.
She wasn't wrong. You always did have a fascination with the supernatural. Things that couldn't be explained. We'd spent a few times over lunch talking about it. Old ghosts in mirrors, cryptids, shadow people. But I didn't think you would actively seek out such entities.
Jade's staying over tonight, too. Come on. It'll be great.
Sasha pushed. You were quiet for a moment longer. I could see in your eyes that you were leery, but you agreed with a sigh. All right, fine, but we cut it at 11, understand? We don't need Dad walking in on any of this. Sasha and Sarah agreed. We waited until dark before we began the little game your sisters were so adamant about playing. We gathered as soon as the sun sank behind the hills and the shadows swept across your living room.
The only light we can use is candlelight,
Sasha said.
Candles can determine if the spirit is close and can be used for asking questions.
Your sister's friend Jade was the one who supplied the candles, burned down old things that were likely used in games similar to these over the years. She removed her lighter from her back pocket and lit each of the wicks, 4 candles now flickering in the room's darkness.
They represent north, south, east, and west,
Jade said.
Or the elements. Something like that.
The next thing we need to remember is to watch the time, both for Dad and, well, so we don't lose track. Sometimes when you talk to the spirits, you end up trapped in time. They mess with you. Someone has to keep an eye on the clock,
Sasha said. Sarah agreed to be the timekeeper.
We also need to take notes. Anything that the spirits say to us, we need to write down. We can decode it later. They don't always speak in straight sentences. Sometimes just broken words. You gotta piece them back together.
Sasha continued.
Jade will record as well. We need the audio just in case there's more than just what's coming through the app.
App? You asked. Right away, I knew this was nonsense. No one was actually able to speak to the dead through some mobile app. It was most likely something you'd pay $1.99 for, and it would generate random words when you talked to it, like Siri. But your sisters claimed otherwise. They were convinced that this app was real, legit.
And lastly, no one can speak unless you're the one asking the questions. No whispers, No laughs, nothing. If we're going to pick up what the spirits are trying to say, we have to be silent.
Sasha opened her notepad, ready to begin taking notes.
Any questions?
I, of course, had none. To me, this was silly. The kids were going to scare themselves senseless over random words and phrases their mobile app decided to pull, and actually believe it was true. So, I just sat back, arms folded, and watched as the others took their seats beside me, forming a circle. Do you really think we're going to talk to a ghost? Brad asked, huddled up beside me. It's just a game, I told him. You're going to be okay. There are no real ghosts. Once we were all situated, Sasha silenced us and opened her app.
Hello?
Sarah wanted to initiate the conversation.
Are there any spirits here that we're connecting with?
The app was silent for a few moments, but then the words, "Hello, brother," appeared across Sasha's screen. From the corner of my eyes, I thought I saw the candles flicker as if brushed by the wind, but I kept my focus on your sisters.
Hello, brother?
Sasha asked, writing it down.
Whose brother?
From here, the app began generating random words. Rose, fall, skin, snow. I sat uninterested throughout the game, watching as you tried to comfort Brad, who was believing this more than your sisters had been. I could tell that with each word the phone generated, he was getting increasingly anxious, like everything had been targeted at him personally.
Hold on. Some more things are coming through.
Sasha held the phone out so we could read it for ourselves. Beware, dear.
Beware, dear?
Sasha repeated.
Dear who? And beware what?
January 24. Sarah glanced around between us.
Is that day important to any of you?
None of us spoke. We just looked amongst ourselves, waiting for an answer. But, of course, none of us could give one. Again, Sasha questioned the app.
Beware what?
Father. The candles all went out. I'd be lying if I said I didn't also emit a scream when it happened, but it was lost on your sisters, Jade and Brad. And, of course, you, who turned to laugh as you flicked the light switch on. Of course, the front door opened at that moment, and your father entered, looking exhausted and annoyed after a long day's work. What is going on here? Was all he could ask, eyeing the candles and the terrified look on Brad's face.
We're just telling scary stories, Dad. Chill,
Sasha said. I could tell he didn't like that answer, and so he ushered everyone to bed. Brad immediately turned in for the night in his room down the hall. The rest of us gathered in Sarah and Sasha's room, reviewing what was written in the notebook and the playback Jade had recorded of our session. Sasha laid the notebook out for all of us to see, recounting all the words the app pulled for her. Hello, brother, rose, fall, skin, snow, beware, dear, January 24, father.
Well, when we said hello, the first thing it came back with was, hello, brother.
Jade said.
So, it had to be talking to you or Brad.
She motioned towards me. I did have a brother, 5 years younger than me, but he was at home, most likely sound asleep by now. There were no ghost siblings that I had, nor did you or your family. Again, I was convinced it was just an app pulling words it thought we'd want to hear.
Beware.
Sasha read quietly.
That whole part just... it's eerie. Beware, dear, January 24. But beware of what?
Falling? Or snow? You asked, looking at the words. Or falling in the snow?
I still think it was creepy how it knew your dad was coming home right before the candles went out,
Jade said.
That, I'd say, takes the cake tonight.
I did agree that part was a little creepy, but again, it was most likely a coincidence. The kids had left the windows open, so it was likely the late-night breeze blew the candles out, and it just happened to be when your dad was pulling into the driveway. What about the playback? You asked. Is there anything picking up on there? Jade hit the replay button, and we just sat and listened to Sasha and Sarah asking their questions to dead air for a while. None of us spoke, and the app was text only, so frankly, it was quite boring listening to it. But then, somewhere around the 11-minute mark, another sound was like a low whisper.
Whoa. What was that?
Sasha asked.
Go back. Was that Brad?
Jade rewound the recording for a few seconds. Brad? No, he had been seated right next to me the whole time. He had been silent, too scared to say a word. The only sound he'd made was a scream when the candles went out, but we were all guilty of that. Jade replayed the audio, and we all leaned in close and listened. There was a voice in the background static, but just what it was saying was indistinguishable. It would fade in and out throughout the rest of the recording until just before the candles went out. Only then were the words clear, deep, raspy. I smell the skins. Then we all screamed. You were the first one to stand up. Turn it off, right now, Jade. I glanced over to you, feeling uneasy about what I know we all just heard, but certain that it was something Jade had messed with on her recording app to scare us. I tried to calm you, but that's when I noticed that Sasha was also panicking.
Did it really just say that? I smell the skins?
What's that supposed to mean? I asked, immediately thinking of some 80s slasher film cannibal killer making furniture out of the skin and flesh of his victims. Maybe it's a skinwalker, you said, looking horrified. I know you're not supposed to speak of them, but...
Shh!
Sasha hushed you.
Don't say that. Please.
The kids didn't sleep that night. To be honest, none of us did. I stayed awake, comforting you while your siblings huddled together, keeping their eyes on the dark end of the driveway outside their window. When morning came, I assured you it was just a game on the phone, that we'd all just worked ourselves up believing we heard what we did, and that there was nothing actually there. It's just an app. But you heard it, you insisted. We all did. You can't deny that. You heard what it said. I was silent for a moment. What exactly is a skinwalker? You were hesitant. I could clearly see that. But you trusted me. Just keep quiet about it, okay? We're not supposed to speak of them. I knew that your family had ties to a reservation out west. You'd mentioned it a couple of times, about how your grandfather left during the war. He met your grandmother overseas and gave up most of his tribe's traditions. Passed only a few things down to the later generations. Your mother, you, and your siblings. You had mentioned a few times, in your talks of the unknown and the uncanny, that he mainly focused on the stories, the unexplainable parts of the culture. And now that I thought about it, I vaguely remembered skinwalkers being one of those. When you talk about them, they become stronger. It's like your words and thoughts of them attract them, bring them to you, something like that. You said. I don't remember everything. It's kind of like a curse, one that just becomes unbearable. Humans are turning into animals, cutting half their lives to be able to become one. And if they can't become an animal themselves, they take the body of animals nearby. They become monsters. Some of them even to the point of cannibalism, always looking for fresh flesh. My grandpa says he always believed those they loved were the most at risk. The skinwalkers would go to them first. I listened to how sincere your voice was. So quiet, but I could tell you were serious. You can tell they're not normal animals because they walk on two legs, like a man. They have no tails, and often you smell rotten flesh when they make themselves known. They're like witches, sort of. Usually they're a sign of a bad omen, death. We don't speak of them. Why do you think that's what it is? I asked. I mean, I didn't smell anything rancid when we played the game. I didn't see anything like that. You looked guilty. I spoke to my grandpa a few weeks ago on the phone, just asking questions about Mom, about the stories, the culture. I don't know how it came up, honestly, but we talked about them. Maybe he saw something in my future. Or in a dream. I don't know. I pulled you close and kissed your forehead. It's okay. I'm not going to let them hurt you. You didn't speak of the skinwalkers or the game for the next few days. We spent our time picking out Halloween costumes that we would wear when taking Brad around your neighborhood, and loading up on candy and pumpkin spice. When Halloween night fell, we made our way through your quiet neighborhood, through the shadows and lack of streetlights. Sasha and Sarah used their phones for light, and we trailed behind with flashlights. We'd all agreed on the same theme, forest spirits. You were a stag, with handmade antlers rising from your amber curls, and your sisters were rabbits. I chose to be a fox, with cat ears repainted to fit the design. And Brad, he was a bear. His zip-up onesie was the perfect fit for him, and comfortable, too. We made our rounds until curfew, gathering as much candy as possible for your brother. With so many houses on your street, his bucket was overflowing, and he promised each of us a handful when we got back home. We stayed up for a while and watched scary movies, waiting for midnight, for the end of Halloween and the dawn of what would become the Thanksgiving season, or, for others, Christmas. Brad turned into bed before then, and your father fell asleep on the couch. Around 11:30 p.m., Sasha and Sarah ushered us to their bedroom, figuring it would be quieter there, less of a chance to wake their father. But when we all sat on their floor, eating away at our piles of candy, I realized it wasn't for just sitting around and talking. Sasha pulled out a spirit board. "There's no way we're playing that," you insisted. "Sasha, those things are dangerous."
Look, if you follow the rules, there's nothing to worry about. You played the other game with us last week, didn't you?
She jeered back. I interrupted. "We played that game, and you all freaked yourselves out." Sasha waved me off.
Psh, yeah, and? That's the point. Come on, don't be lame.
To be honest, I'd never played with a spirit board before. Even though I really didn't believe in this stuff, something about it bothered me, something that kept me away from ever wanting to try. But when Sasha set it up, hands on the planchette, I felt the need to. Shouldn't someone keep notes? I asked.
Sarah's got it.
Sasha replied.
She's too chicken to play.
I'm not,
she said.
I'm just way better at taking notes than you.
Stop arguing, you groaned, placing your hand on the planchette before looking at me. You gonna play? I sighed and added my hand. What are the rules?
Haven't you seen any horror movies?
Sasha sassed.
It's kind of like last time, only the person asking questions can speak. And no one can play alone. You have to keep your hands on the planchette at all times. And you have to keep track of the time. You can't let it get away from you. Also, always remember to say goodbye. You have to remember that. And finally, if the board starts counting down to 0, you need to say goodbye. No more questions.
That wasn't so hard, I told myself. You'd sit there and let your fingertips move the piece on the board to different letters, building an answer you want to hear. I knew immediately that Sasha would be spelling things out, trying to make it look like we connected with a spirit.
First things first, we circle the board,
she said, moving her hands on the planchette so that we all joined in. 3 times around the board. 1, 2, 3. We stopped in the middle. Sasha looked over at you, nodding. Are there any spirits here with us tonight that wish to talk? You asked. The planchette remained still. We kept our arms outstretched, watching for any sign of movement, but there was none. After a few minutes, you repeated your question. Are there any spirits here with us tonight that wish to talk? Everything was still, but slowly, I felt the planchette under my fingertips move. Sasha gasped and looked over at you.
Are you doing that?
You hushed her. No, of course not. It's probably you. I glanced at them for only a second before looking back at the board. HELLOBROTHER. I felt Sasha pull her hands back for a moment, fingertips still touching the planchette.
Holy shit,
she shrieked. Sasha, language, you said.
Hello, brother?
Sasha asked, writing it down on her notepad.
Hello, brother. Isn't that the same thing that the app said last time?
Sasha, I know it was you said, glaring across the board at your sister.
Honest to God, it's not,
she replied. I hushed everyone and looked back at the board. Are you a good spirit? I asked, my voice low. At first, I wasn't going to ask any questions, but for some reason, it kind of just came to me. The planchette was still again for a moment, but then glided over to the sun's image on the board. Sun? I asked.
Yeah, I think that means it's good,
Sasha replied. I looked at the word yes on the board, unsure why that wasn't what was chosen, had that been the case. Perhaps the planchette had overshot, missing that word and landing on the sun. Nevertheless, I shrugged it off and kept playing. You and Sasha asked basic questions back and forth, getting simple yes or no answers. I had to admit it was entertaining. Yet time seemed to tick away, lost to a good hour or so with the board. Around 1 a.m., Sarah spoke up.
Guys, I think you should ask maybe 2 or 3 more questions and call it good. It's getting really late.
I looked down at the letters and the planchette and asked, Is there something you want to tell us before we go? Again, the planchette was still. But then, slowly, once more it made its way over to begin spelling out words. B-E-W-A-R-E. Beware, I said. From behind me, I could smell something foul, almost like old, rotting meat or an old dog bone. I tried to ignore it, watching as the rest of the word spelled itself out. D-E-A-R.
Deer? Beware deer.
Sarah said as she wrote. That's the same thing we heard from the app, you said quietly. I think we should say goodbye, I said. Our hands began to force the planchette down towards the words at the bottom of the board, but we felt it stop at the numbers with a greater force. 1, 2, 3. It was slow at first, and we all watched with intent. Quiet, until we realized what was happening. 4, 5, 6. It was faster now. 7, 8.
Say goodbye.
We used what strength we had to slide the planchette away from the numbers down to the words goodbye at the very bottom of the board. 9. Goodbye. The planchette slid from beneath our fingertips and glided across the wooden floor under Sarah's bed. We all sat silently, breathing heavily, before glancing down at the board. Sasha, you said, after a few minutes. Was that you spelling that stuff out? The stuff from the app?
No.
Sasha said quietly.
Swear on Dad's life. It wasn't.
Sasha and Sarah agreed that they would walk the board to the river in the morning and dispose of it. As autumn faded into the dreary and cold winter, I watched as you became more distant, silent. You spoke of having nightmares, of seeing that dark figure in your room, how Brad was beginning to see it too. The woodsman. You told me the more you looked at it, you could see its basic shape, what looked like long hair covering its face, long and emphasized features, but still all silhouetted in the shadows of your room. Sometimes, you'd say, it almost looks like it has antlers, kind of like my stag costume on Halloween. There was a brief amount of time between the end of December and early January that you didn't speak of the shadows, of the man in your room, of the woodsman. Maybe it was the joy of the holidays, Christmas and New Year's lights. Their golden glow illuminated even the darkest corners of the house, and for the first time since late October, I saw you smile. Around the end of January, I began to see your fear again. You weren't eating. You weren't sleeping. The dark circles under your eyes made that clear. And so, I decided to book a weekend getaway up in the mountains for us, enjoying the snow, peace, and quiet to get you away from that house, away from your thoughts and your fears. The drive was long, and the roads more difficult the more we climbed the mountain, but I saw the content look in your eyes. Maybe you believed that everything would be okay, and that the nightmares would finally stop. How much longer do you think it'll take? You asked once we were on the back roads away from towns, surrounded by endless white. Oh, probably another hour or so, I replied. Why? I don't know, you said quietly. I'm just starting to get hungry is all. I reached over and took your hand, squeezing it. You smiled back at me softly. Had I not looked over at you just long enough to see the fading sunset in your eyes, I might have seen it. A deer emerged from the mounds of endless snow, striking the front of my car. You shrieked at the impact, my brakes screeching, the car sliding on the powdered snow beneath the tires, driving us down into a ravine of white. Everything was so blurry. My head spun from shock, and I watched as you began to breathe heavily, likely a panic attack coming on. I reached my trembling hand out to you again, resting it on your knee, but you pushed me away. I need fresh air, you stammered. Everything's just so dark. I just need air. You undid your seatbelt and opened the door, squeezing out and heading towards the road to where I knew the carcass of the deer lay. My breath was still shaky, and I scrambled for my phone to call for help. I knew service would be blotchy up there, but if I managed to get a hold of someone for help, even if it took a while, it was better than nothing. After all, the sun was almost down over the ridges now, and the shadows would soon start covering the land. I connected with the police, reporting the accident and informing them that we were both okay, shaken up, but that we remained with the car. They estimated about a half hour or so, depending on how heavy the snowfall became. The flurries were now enough to make the roads slick, but thankfully not enough to hinder sight. At least, not yet. Once I disconnected the call, I glanced down at the screen of my phone and the date and time that were displayed. January 24, 4:38 p.m. January 24. That date stuck out in my head for some reason, more so than just because it was when our trip was scheduled. But why, I just couldn't pinpoint. I just looked out ahead of me, out at the steadily falling snow. Fall. Snow. January 24. That old, rancid smell of rotten meat, of death, began to creep back into my nostrils, and my blood began to run cold. Beware, dear. Deer. D-E-E-R. My heart raced against my chest as I glanced in the rearview mirror, looking out over the ditch and into the road. I unbuckled my seatbelt and hurried out, looking for you, to tell you that maybe, just maybe, those little games were more than a coincidence. But when I got to the roadway, there was nothing there. No you, no deer. A faint pool of blood where the animal had bled out was all that was left. And next to it, a pile of your clothes. I stepped closer, inspecting it before I heard your heavy, panicky breaths behind me. On my neck. Hot. Wet. With each breath you emitted, I smelled that rotten stench again, the foul, lingering scent of flesh. And in the setting sun, I watched as your shadow stretched out above mine. Long, dark, emphasized with antlers. Those stag antlers from Halloween. There was a sound of bone against bone as you open your jaw, whispering to me in your honeyed voice. Sad, but yet confident. Breathy, sinister. As I turn to face you, your words echo through the winter wind on the mountain, caught in the flurry of snow. Hello, brother.
Ellie's morning consisted of organizing the paperwork of her first client, Edgar Zavala. She was a newly hired caregiver at Lakeside Assisted Living and had just completed her 2-week training course. Edgar's profile was unremarkable. Hispanic male, 68 years old, widower with no military service. Previous employer, musician. Ellie made her way down the hall until she got to his room. She adjusted her scrubs, then knocked and stood back. "Hold on," a voice called out. She could hear what sounded like a commotion and someone scrambling around. The door soon opened, revealing an older, stocky Hispanic man with a bushy black mustache. The skin on his face was rugged and leather-like, but his hair was full with no signs of graying. He wore no expression, just a vacant stare.
"Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm your new caregiver."
The corners of Edgar's mouth then curled upward, wrinkling on his cheeks and forming a hearty smile. "Oh, hey, Ita! I've been expecting you. I'm Eddie." She smiled, and they shook hands. "Sorry about the mess. I've been trying to clean this place up."
"Well, Mr. Zavala, that's where I come into play. I can help you with that."
"Mister," Edgar said with a half-cocked grin. "Just call me Eddie. I don't want you making me feel older than I already am." Ellie smiled.
"It's like my grandpa used to always say, you'll get older too, just keep living."
"Smart man. Grandpas usually are." Edgar chuckled. Ellie reached into her bag and pulled out a form.
"So I have a checklist here of the services that we provide. Things like cooking, cleaning, stuff like that. If you can just check off the things that you need help with, that lets me know where I need to focus each time I come over."
Edgar put on his reading glasses and quickly checked off the boxes, then handed the form back to her.
"Wow, that was fast,"
she said as she stood there looking it over.
"Okay, well, what needs cleaned today?"
Edgar turned around and looked toward the kitchen. Dirty dishes were piled up, cluttering his outdated laminate countertop. "Like I said, I've been trying to clean this place up, but sometimes I just get sidetracked." Ellie slipped on her gloves and began washing dishes. Pretty soon she heard the strum of a guitar. "You like mariachi, Ita?" Ironically, Ellie grew up with mariachi music often playing in her home.
"Oh yeah, Pedro Infante, Vicente Fernandez."
"Vicente Fernandez," Edgar said spiritedly. "What do you know about gente?" He then began strumming one of his songs while singing the lyrics. Ellie bobbed her head along to the music. After she finished the dishes, she called out to Edgar, who sat in the living room.
"You want anything to eat?"
"Maybe a grilled cheese sandwich."
"You sure that's all you want?"
"You can cook?"
"What kind of question is that to ask a Chicana?"
Edgar smiled as taco meat sizzled in the skillet. "I haven't had cooking like this since my wife Gloria passed away."
"I'm sorry,"
Ellie said.
"How did she pass, if you don't mind me asking?"
Edgar got quiet and sat his taco down.
"You don't have to answer that. It's really none of my business."
"Cancer. She was a good woman. I was away a lot working the mariachi circuit, and she was alone, raising the kids."
"Do you keep in touch with them?"
Edgar paused thoughtfully. "Nah. They both got caught up with drugs. We always live in the ghetto, surrounded by a bunch of devils. Being a mariachi man isn't all it's cracked up to be. I got paid in cacahuete."
"That's probably the best time I ever had doing dishes for someone. You remind me a lot of my grandpa,"
Ellie said after she finished cleaning up. Edgar grinned. "Well, I promise I'll make more dishes for you to clean when you come back on Wednesday." That evening, Ellie carried several bags of groceries through her front door.
"Can you help me?"
she called out to her boyfriend Nathan. He ran up to her and grabbed a bag that was falling out of her hands.
"Thanks,"
she said as she kissed him on the lips. "How was your first day by yourself?" Nathan asked.
"Actually, not too bad. I just have 2 clients right now. Mrs. Hammond is this sweet old lady who collects these cute little teacups. Then there's Eddie. He seems really cool. He's a mariachi player, so I was serenaded while I scrubbed the dishes.
He was singing to you?
Don't worry,
Ellie said, smiling.
He's like 70 years old. He reminds me a lot of my grandpa Antonio. It's so sad. He told me he lost his wife to cancer. So many of those people in there are all alone.
Wednesday afternoon, Ellie returned to check on Edgar. When he opened the door, his face lit up. "What's up, Hita? I guess I didn't scare you off the other day." Ellie smiled pleasantly.
What are you up to today?
Edgar sat down on his recliner and sighed. "You don't want to know. I gave my girlfriend my credit card number so she could buy herself a purse, and she ended up taking $500 out of my account."
It was a $500 purse?
Ellie said, astounded. "No. She told me the other day that it was like $70.
Did you confront her about it?
I called my bank and they froze my account."
So you still haven't spoke to her?
"She's overseas, and when I tried calling her about it, he said her number's no longer in service."
Oh my God,
Ellie said as she put on her giant rubber gloves.
How long have you two been dating?
"About 2 weeks." Ellie raised her eyebrow.
So, are you sure this was a real person and not like one of those scammers?
Edgar got a confused look on his face. "Yasmin was a real person, and she cared about me."
Okay,
Ellie said sheepishly as she looked down at the dishes she was washing. After a few minutes, Edgar picked up his guitar and smiled. He strummed a mariachi riff and began to sing, "I know something better that awaits, someone who will give me love." His guitar rested on his belly as he stared into the kitchen at Ellie. He continued singing until she finally cracked a smile. He then let out a cheerful belly laugh and sat his guitar down. "It's just money. Money is a lot like women. It comes and goes." Ellie looked at him thoughtfully.
Do you ever plan on remarrying?
Edgar smiled slyly as he looked over at her. "Maybe, if that special mamacita ever comes along." After she finished up for the day, Ellie went into the break room and noticed that Sandra was crying. She walked up to her.
Are you okay? I just found out Mrs. Jenkins passed away last night. I'm sorry,
Ellie said as she hugged her.
I've taken care of her for almost 2 years now.
Behind the two women hung a bulletin board that celebrated the lives of residents who had recently passed away. Mrs. Jenkins' picture was pinned with care in the upper right-hand corner. The fragility of life was a sobering reality at Lakeside. For some, they began to see their mothers and fathers in those they care for, and the loss of a client can prove devastating. Ellie laid next to Nathan in bed that evening.
This job seems really rewarding, but also depressing at times.
Oh, yeah?
One of Sandra's clients passed away yesterday, and she took it pretty hard. I've never lost anyone close to me before,
Ellie said glumly. Nathan softly caressed her arm. Well, I can't think of anyone better than you to care for someone in their final days. I'm sure you'd bring them a lot of comfort. She smiled and hugged his chest. The following week, Ellie was assigned another client, Steve Rubin. She sat in the break room typing on her laptop. Tim, a nurse who had been there a few years, walked in and sat across from her. So, how's it going? Ellie looked up.
Pretty good, actually,
she said, grinning.
I just got assigned another client today.
Oh, yeah? Who'd you get? Ellie looked back down at her screen.
Steve Rubin.
Hey, Janelle, did you hear that? The new girl's got Creepy Steve. Janelle looked up, shaking her head, then continued digging through the refrigerator.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ellie asked. His female caregivers never seem to stick around too long.
Why?
Well, if I remember right, the last two girls said they both made him feel uncomfortable. They usually try to put them with a male, but I don't think there's any work in here right now. Ellie shook her head.
Great.
She then shifted her eyes back to her monitor and continued typing. She stood outside of Steve's door, preparing herself for what her training described as a challenging client. She let out a sigh, then knocked. After a few seconds, she could hear heavy footsteps approaching. A sloppy-looking gray-haired man in a stained wife-beater opened the door. He looked Ellie up and down, then cheaply grinned.
Well, hey there,
he said, finally looking her in the face.
I'm Ellie. I've been assigned as your new caregiver. You are a sight for sore eyes. I'm just glad that fruity Asian guy finally ended up quitting.
Ellie forced a smile as she followed Steve into his living room. Naked and Afraid played on the TV. She looked down and reached into her bag.
I just have a client questionnaire for you to fill out. It covers what chores I need to do when I'm here.
Do they have sponge bath on there?
Actually, they do, but I don't do personal care.
What a shame.
Ellie got a miffed look on her face. Steve completed the form and handed it back to her, then crossed his arms. She looked it over.
Okay, so you need me to vacuum? Where's your vacuum cleaner?
He pointed to a closet.
Right in there.
He then went and sat down in front of the TV. Ellie plugged in the vacuum, then turned it on. It began noisily sucking up debris as she swept it from side to side as if the rug had been neglected for months. She could see him repeatedly glancing over at her from the corner of his eye. After a few more chores, she tried to quickly wrap up her visit. When she walked up to Steve, his head was buried in the TV.
Okay, so everything you checked was completed, and if you could just initial here, I'll be back on Wednesday,
she said as she handed him her list. He looked around the room, then pointed.
Over there. I can still see dust on the coffee table. Mind getting that for me? Dust triggers my asthma,
he said with a smirk. Ellie looked down at her watch, realizing she had less than 5 minutes to make it to Edgar's room. She forced a smile.
Sure.
Steve continued smirking to himself as he initialed her paper. After she finished, she gathered her forms and rushed down the hallway to Edgar's.
What's wrong, Ita?
Edgar said with a look of concern after he opened his door. He could tell she was upset. Ellie brushed it off and only smiled.
It's nothing, just a busy morning.
I was watching this Los Lobos concert on YouTube. McNichols Arena 1988. I was there. Yeah, I jammed with them that night right after their concert at the little bar just up the street.
Ellie sat down on the couch, listening intently. Edgar's mind seemed to drift back in time, and you could hear the dust in his voice.
That was one of the greatest times of my life.
His eyes took on an emptiness.
My kids would always look for a gift when I would get back from the road.
He paused, his voice then lowered and his speech slowed.
And Gloria would be waiting for me. And we were happy. I guess, whatever that means.
Edgar just sat in front of the TV with the video paused.
Are you okay?
Ellie asked. He quickly snapped out of it and smiled.
I'm fine. Just telling more boring old man stories,
he said as he chuckled.
Well, Eddie, you can always tell them to me, and I'll always listen.
After visiting for a while longer, 40 minutes had passed.
Oh, crap,
Ellie said, looking at the clock.
What did you need done? I lost track of time.
We're doing it, Ita. Sometimes I don't always need chores done. I just need someone to keep me company, you know?
He smiled and looked over at his pet fish.
Elvis ain't much of a talker.
Ellie giggled and turned her head to the side.
Well, I certainly won't object to that. I'll see you again on Wednesday, Eddie,
she said as she reached for her bag. Eddie winked at her.
Deal.
Ellie called Nathan on her way to the gym after work.
So I was sitting in the break room today and Tim, who's a nurse that's been there forever, was like, "Oh, you got creepy Steve, huh? None of his caregivers ever stick around."
Nathan got a puzzled look on his face. Why don't they stick around?
He said that he makes them all feel uncomfortable, and I can already tell that the guy's a creep. He just kept breathing through his mouth all loud and looking over at me. Then he watches me wipe down the table, and before I leave, wants me to wipe it down again because he said he could still see dust on it.
That dick, Nathan uttered. He obviously has a track record of harassing females, and yet they knowingly put him with another female? That's crazy. Maybe just talk to your supervisor if he keeps it up. Ellie sighed.
I'm not really trying to cause waves, but yeah, if he keeps it up, I will.
Edgar sat at his dining room table looking at Ellie's Facebook profile. He scrolled down her page, reading her posts and clicking on the comments. He grinned vicariously, with a part of himself longing to experience those moments with her that were so preciously captured in the photos. His phone suddenly rang, interrupting him. Hello? No, I already told you. I don't like taking that stuff. It makes me feel out of it. The voice on the other end continued talking as Edgar seemed to grow increasingly frustrated. You need to worry more about yourself and less about me, Vivian. The voice continued pleading with him until he finally hung up. He sat his phone down and huffed. It was Wednesday, and Ellie knocked at Steve's door. He answered, appearing to still have on the same stained wife-beater that he was wearing when she visited him the last time.
Bathroom needs cleaned,
he mumbled as he went to sit back down in his recliner. She grabbed her cleaning supplies and made her way to the bathroom. She flipped on the light switch, then took one look at the toilet and gagged. Feces were splattered all up on the underside of the seat, coating the entire bowl like it had been fired out of a cannon. She slipped on some disposable gloves and with her bottle of Clorox wipes began wiping everything down.
You ever watch Naked and Afraid?
Steve hollered from the living room.
Not really,
Ellie said in an annoyed voice.
They just took this one broad to the hospital because she got all bit up on her tatas.
Ellie just shook her head.
Thanks for sharing that.
After she finished vacuuming, she stood next to the door, packing up her supplies. Steve got up from his chair and walked over to her. She could hear every labored breath he drew as he stood across from her, breathing through his mouth.
If you weren't on the clock, I'd offer you a drink and ask if you could stick around for a bit,
he said, smiling suggestively. Ellie could feel his eyes on her like laser beams. She got a repulsed look on her face and huffed in disbelief.
First off, I have a boyfriend, and secondly, you're being totally inappropriate, and next time I'll report you,
she exclaimed, storming out of the room. When she arrived at Edgar's a few minutes later, she still appeared upset. What's wrong? You look all flustered, Edgar asked. Ellie let out a heavy sigh and shook her head.
Today has just been rough.
You need me to beat someone up? Edgar said with a grin. Ellie didn't respond. Edgar's smile disappeared. Is something going on? Ellie began to feel comfortable confiding in Edgar.
I'm sorry. The guy before you just really pissed me off.
What happened?
He just keeps making these rude, inappropriate comments.
Is that why you looked upset the other day when you showed up?
Yeah.
What's this guy's name?
It doesn't matter, I'll be fine,
Ellie said as she gathered herself. Later, as she made Edgar's lunch in the kitchen, he walked over to where her clipboard sat. He flipped the page back and found Steve's profile. He quickly skimmed over the information and wrote down the room number that was listed. After he finished eating, Edgar looked over at Ellie and smiled. Delicious, he said as he wiped his mouth with his napkin. His smile then faded and was replaced with a serious look. Listen, pardon my language, but anyone who would disrespect a good person like you is an asshole. And you can't listen to assholes, okay?
Ellie thanked Edgar with a warm nod, feeling better after her visit with him. As she left the facility that day, Edgar watched Ellie from his window as she walked to her car. He had his shirt off, which revealed an imposing vintage-style Chicano tattoo across his chest. It was of a woman wearing a sombrero with pistols tilted upwards on both sides. Black Magic Woman played softly in the background as he took a sip of his coffee. Seeing Ellie again that day brought a smile to his face, even if only in passing. The next day, Edgar walked down to room 217. The name engraved on the plastic door tag read Steve Rubin. He knocked and waited. Steve slowly opened the door.
"Can I help you?"
he said with a frown. "Are you Steve?"
"Who wants to know?"
Edgar smiled widely.
"Hi, I'm Eddie. I live just down the hall,"
he said as he pointed with his thumb.
"Okay."
"I've seen you around. I need to move some stuff from my storage unit into my room, and I was just wondering if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand. Able-bodied guys like me and you are in short supply in this place."
Steve began to shake his head when Edgar interjected.
"I can pay you, and it would only take like an hour."
Steve thought about it for a minute, knowing he could use the money.
"Is the stuff heavy?"
"No, it's just a mini fridge and a few light boxes."
"When you planning on doing this?"
"I'll probably catch the bus out of here at 1:30.
Steve turned his head to look at the clock.
"Okay. I'll meet you at the bus stop at 1:30 then."
Edgar reached for his wallet.
"Here's 20. I'll give you 20 more after we're done."
Steve took the money and nodded.
"Thanks, amigo,"
Edgar said with a beaming smile. Edgar walked down to the lobby before catching the bus and signed out. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he opened his sunglasses, placing them on his face, and exited through the front doors. A few minutes later, he saw Steve slowly lumbering down the sidewalk towards the bus stop.
"It's hotter than the devil's dick out here,"
Steve said, out of breath. He plopped down next to Edgar on the bench. The city bus soon made its way towards them, kicking up the dust and debris from under its tires. They pushed their way through a crowd of passengers, finding 2 open seats near the center row. Edgar looked over at Steve as he studied him.
"You been at Lakeside long?"
"Little over a year."
"Like the place?"
He looked at Edgar contemptuously.
"I don't know anyone who likes living there. Do you like it?"
Edgar shrugged his shoulders.
"I've been at worse places, and it's a hell of a lot better than under a bridge."
Steve smirked.
"Mr. Positivity."
"The caregivers are pretty good,"
Edgar said. Steve got a depraved look on his face.
"Got this one right now that's a real hottie."
"Oh, yeah?"
"I told her once you get a taste of Steve, you won't never leave."
Edgar smiled.
"Yeah, good thing Medicare covers Viagra now. You're one crazy gringo."
Steve finally caved and cracked a smile.
"So, how are we gonna get this stuff back to your room?"
Edgar paused for a minute.
My sister's gonna pick us up in her minivan. Right here,"
Edgar said as the bus slowed to a stop a few miles up the road. They both got out and Steve followed Edgar up the sidewalk. Pretty soon the horizon opened up, revealing a large cluster of storage units off in the distance. Edgar pointed.
"Over there."
"Thank God. My fucking corns are killing me. You didn't mention we'd be walking halfway across town today."
As they walked up to the front gate, Edgar carefully scanned his surroundings. He punched in the security code using his knuckle. The gate slowly opened, making an unpleasant shrieking noise as if it were crying out for lubrication. Edgar led Steve down a long stretch of pavement that was lined with faded blue garage doors, each one leading into an individual storage unit. He finally stopped in front of the one that belonged to him. He took his key out of his pocket, crouched down, and opened the padlock. He grabbed the handle and rolled the garage door up its track. The inside was dusty and cobweb-infested. It was filled with a full-size refrigerator, a few boxes, and an old tool cabinet.
"Oh, hell no!"
Steve exclaimed.
"You said mini-fridge."
Edgar walked over to the tool cabinet.
Pinche pendejo,
he hissed under his breath. He slid open one of the drawers and grabbed a hammer out of it. Then he turned and faced Steve. His eyes seemed to darken to an impenetrable blackness.
The woman who cleans your room also happens to be my wife.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
Steve said with a look of confusion. Edgar slowly pounded the hammer into his hand.
She told me all the disrespectful things you said.
Steve put his hands up and slowly backed away as a droplet of sweat trickled down his forehead.
"I don't know why you brought me here or what kind of trip you're on, man, but I'm getting the hell out of here."
He then turned and quickly waddled in the other direction. He cut a sharp left, only to be met with a wall of garage doors. He bent over as he tried to catch his breath. Then he grabbed his asthma inhaler from his shirt pocket and took a puff off it. The veins in his temples swelled and his face glowed a crimson red from his hypertension. Sweat now visibly poured from his body. He turned his head to what sounded like footsteps close behind him, then took off scurrying again. He heard Edgar's voice echo somewhere off in the distance.
"Run, cucaracha. The exterminator's coming."
"Help!"
Steve shouted at the top of his lungs. He began pounding on the garage doors as he ran, hoping to attract attention. He continued running up and down the rows of storage units until he turned a corner and finally seen the fence line. As he got closer to it, he saw a little girl riding her tricycle on the sidewalk. He grabbed onto the fence, desperately yanking on the chain links. The little girl screamed and ran off, abandoning her tricycle, which now had tipped over.
"No, wait! Tell your parents! Get help!"
He turned and leaned his back up against the fence as he began to wheeze. He pulled out his inhaler, taking another puff off it, but nothing came out. He shook it in his hand furiously, then tried again, but it was empty.
"Shit!"
he shouted as he threw it on the ground. He clutched his chest as his lungs fought for air. His back slowly slid down the fence until he rested in a slumped-over, seated position. He continued wheezing and clutching at his chest when he saw Edgar from the corner of his eye. He walked up to Steve, who pointed at his inhaler on the ground. Edgar turned and looked at it.
"Looks like it's out."
He then turned back to Steve and looked down at him. His face contorted into something cruel and almost inhuman. Steve's eyes widened with fear. Edgar began snickering wickedly and spit in his face.
"You should watch who you make friends with, puto."
He then turned and walked off. A little while later, Edgar's sister Vivian picked him up at the 7-Eleven up the street. She was several years younger than him, but the stress and hardships that she endured throughout her life gave her an aged look beyond her years. On their way back to Lakeside, they drove past the barrage of police and emergency vehicles that were parked outside of the storage units.
"I wonder what in the world happened over there,"
Vivian said as she turned her head to look. Edgar kept drinking his soda and looking straight ahead. She sighed restlessly and tightened her grip on the wheel.
"You know you're risking going back to that place if you're not taking your meds."
Edgar slammed his bottle onto his knee, sending soda splashing out of it.
No mames! Como chingas? Do I really have to hear this every time from you? I'm not going to be walking around that place like a zombie, okay? I'm not doing that no more.
Vivian dropped Edgar off in front of Lakeside. As he stomped through the lobby, a staff member called out to him, "Don't forget to sign in." Edgar stopped and turned around, scowling, as if the man had said something insulting to him.
Excuse me?
You just need to sign in. That's the policy for anyone who enters the building, he replied sheepishly.
How about you don't worry about me?
He then huffed and walked over to the sign-in sheet, scribbling his signature on it. The next morning, when Ellie showed up for work, Charles, her supervisor, called her into his office. When she stepped inside, she noticed a grave look on his face.
I know this may be difficult for you, but we just learned earlier this morning that one of your clients passed away unexpectedly yesterday. Steve Rubin. It sounds like he may have suffered an asthma attack.
At that moment, Ellie felt a rush of emotions, but grief wasn't one of them. She sat her bag down.
Did it happen here?
No, he was at some kind of storage facility.
I see.
He sighed.
I just hate having to be the one to break this kind of news. Just take the morning off and we'll get you assigned another client soon enough.
He looked at her thoughtfully.
Are you okay?
She nodded. Ellie showed up to Edgar's room a few minutes early that afternoon.
¿Qué pasa?
Edgar said with a grin as he opened the door.
¿Qué pasa?
Ellie replied. She took a deep breath.
So, you're not going to believe this.
What?
Remember that really rude guy I was telling you about that lived down the hall from you?
Yeah?
He died yesterday.
No,
Edgar said in an astonished voice.
Like, I know I should feel bad, but...
That guy was a creep though, huh?
Replied Edgar.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why I'm early.
You wouldn't believe how many people I've seen pass away since I've been here. I guess I just get to enjoy you a little bit longer today now, that's all.
So, what needs done?
Ellie asked.
And maybe just some laundry. Oh, and I've been craving your tacos lately.
Ellie began loading Edgar's washing machine. He picked up his guitar and ran his fingertips down the strings.
You know I can play other music too, like your oldies.
I love oldies. They remind me of the car shows my dad used to take us to.
Edgar's face lit up.
That's cool.
He began strumming I'm Your Puppet. He then started in on the opening verse.
Pull the string and I'll wink at you. I'm your puppet.
Ellie stopped what she was doing and walked into the living room. She stood captivated, listening with her arms crossed. After Edgar finished, he set his guitar down. She smiled and clapped her hands.
Wow, Eddie, that's so good. You're such a good guitar player.
Thanks. That was one of the ones I used to swoon the senoritas with.
He laughed. He wiped the saucer from his mouth as he ate the tacos that Ellie made for him.
This is so good. It reminds me of the street vendors in Mexico.
Have you been there before?
Ellie asked.
Both my parents were born there. We would visit there at least once or twice a year to see family. That's where I picked up playing mariachi.
Ellie noticed Edgar kept reaching to scratch his back.
Do you still go back and visit?
I still keep in contact with my family, but it's been years.
Edgar scratched his back madly.
Son of a bitch,
he snapped as he threw his napkin down.
That fucking nurse still hasn't brought me my scabies cream. Can't you ask him about it? Because I'm about ready to sue this place.
Ellie got a startled look on her face.
Yeah, I can mention it to Tim when I see him,
she said nervously. Edgar sighed as the angry expression wiped off his face. He rubbed his forehead.
I'm sorry for yelling like that.
He grinned and shook his head.
Listen, don't get old. but if you could say something for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Before she left that afternoon, Ellie swung by the nurse's station. Tim shuffled from side to side as he sorted through the packs of medication. She knocked on the door.
Hi, sorry to bother you. I know you're busy. I have a client, Edgar Zavala, who was itching pretty bad today from his scabies. And he mentioned that he was supposed to be getting some kind of cream or something.
Shit, Tim exclaimed.
I got busy earlier and forgot to run it by his room. I'll get it to him before I leave today.
That evening, right as Ellie began to doze off in bed, her phone rang. She clumsily reached for it as Nathan rolled over next to her and wiped the sleep from his eyes. Her screen registered Edgar's name and number.
Hello?
She murmured.
Hi, it's Eddie. Sorry I know it's late, but I just wanted to apologize again for how I blew up in front of you today. I'm sorry you had to see that.
It's all right, Eddie. Sometimes we all have bad days.
A Virgin Mary candle softly flickered on Edgar's dresser, giving the room an incandescent glow. He sat next to it, using its light to examine his Bowie knife as he spoke to Ellie. The feel of its handle in his hand, the sharpness of its unforgiving blade. He had a cold and distant look in his eyes.
Okay. Apology accepted then, I guess,
Edgar said.
Apology accepted,
Ellie replied.
I'll see you on Monday then, Mirena.
All right.
An unsettling feeling crept over Ellie as she hung up.
Is everything okay? Nathan asked.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
Eddie wanted to apologize again for blowing up today. He called me Mirena. He usually doesn't call me that. I think that means my queen in Spanish.
Nathan sighed.
He was probably just happy that you were cool about it and maybe got excited. Has he said anything like that before?
He usually calls me Ita.
I wouldn't worry too much about it,
Nathan said as he kissed Ellie's cheek, then turned on his side. Ellie closed her eyes as she tried to go back to sleep. The next afternoon, Edgar sat in his living room watching TV when Ellie knocked at his door.
Hey, Eddie,
she said with somewhat less enthusiasm than usual.
Oh, hey, come on in. I was just thinking about you,
Edgar said as he waved her inside. Ellie sat her bag on the counter. He looked her deep in the eyes.
I missed you.
His speech and body language seemed different. It didn't feel harmless and endearing like before, but instead almost lustful. That same uneasy feeling returned inside Ellie. She tried to brush it off, though, telling herself that it was all just a misunderstanding on her part.
Well, I missed you too,
she replied with a jittery smile. Edgar's eyes got big.
Hey, would you mind putting that medicine on my back for me? It's hard for me to reach.
She hesitated.
Sure.
The truth was, at this point, she didn't know how to respond, and it seemed to be escalating into a situation that her training could never have prepared her for.
Okay, hold on,
Edgar said as he rushed down the hallway. Pretty soon, Angel Baby could be heard playing in the other room. He came back smiling.
I thought you might like a little music.
He handed the tube of medicated scabies cream to Ellie. He then removed his shirt and sat down in his chair, with his back facing her. A pimple-like rash that was oozing fluid covered his upper back and shoulders. Ellie winced at the sight but slipped on her gloves and took a deep breath. She squeezed out a glob of cream, then began carefully rubbing it in.
Dios mío!
Edgar cried out from the sting. Ellie looked repulsed during the whole thing. She was a caregiver but not a nurse, and this type of care was out of the scope of her regular responsibilities. During all this, the music continued playing in the background, only adding to the awkwardness that she already felt. Edgar suddenly turned and looked at her from the side.
He doesn't deserve you.
What? You could get in a lot of trouble for saying things like that to me, and honestly, You're starting to make me feel really uncomfortable.
I know you'll feel the same way. I can feel it when you look at me.
Ellie huffed and got out of her chair.
Okay, I'm done here. That's inappropriate and I'm leaving.
Wait, please don't leave. You're the only thing I look forward to every day. You give me purpose, and the older you get, the harder it becomes sometimes to find that.
Edgar looked pitiful as he sat with his shoulders hunched over, sulking. Ellie began to sympathize with him.
Listen, Eddie, I enjoy you as a client, but I think you misunderstood our relationship. You shouldn't be calling me Mirena or talking about my boyfriend like that. And when I gave you my number, it was for emergencies only, okay?
Edgar gently nodded. Ellie then packed up her supplies and left. He walked in front of the mirror and stared at his reflection.
I don't mind pretending for a while, if that's what she needs.
That evening, Ellie stood in front of her bathroom mirror fixing her hair. She and Nathan had planned a romantic dinner at Don Juan's Mexican restaurant. Although she managed to force a smile when needed, she seemed lost in thought for most of the night. "Okay, what's wrong?" Nathan asked. Ellie set her fork down and nervously adjusted her dress.
I had an incident with Eddie today.
Nathan took a sip of his beer and squinted attentively. "What kind of incident?"
He said that he missed me and that you didn't deserve me.
"What?" Nathan replied, flabbergasted.
I almost stormed out, but he looked so pathetic.
"I don't care how he looked. He shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff. Did you report him?"
No. I mean, I was stern with him, though. I told him that was inappropriate and not to talk about you or say stuff like that again.
Nathan shook his head. "I don't know about this guy, Ellie. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that's totally inappropriate."
Well, what do you want me to do? Do you think I should say something?
Nathan sighed. "When you confronted him about it, what did he do?"
He just nodded his head. I just feel bad getting him into trouble. He's old and alone.
"Well, if he says anything else, you should report him, okay?" Ellie nodded and reached across the table to clutch Nathan's hand. On the car ride home, Ellie heard her text message alert. She reached inside her purse and grabbed her phone. As she clicked on the screen, her heart dropped. It was an audio recording from Edgar. She turned to Nathan.
You're not going to believe this. It's a message from Eddie.
She hit the play button.
"Hi, darling, it's Eddie. I know you said not to call unless it's an emergency, so I left you a message instead. I wrote you a song today. I know it probably won't sound as good on the phone, but here it goes."
A beautiful mariachi riff could then be heard playing. Edgar began to sing the words that he had penned out to express the dark and delusional fantasies that his mind had constructed. Nathan's mouth hung open. Ellie had a look of dread on her face. After the song ended, he continued.
"I hope you like it. Soon we'll be together, and everything will be like it was. Sweet dreams."
Nathan exploded like an inferno.
"I'm gonna call that son of a bitch back,"
he said, reaching for Ellie's phone.
No!
Ellie exclaimed, trying to calm him down.
I'll just block him and show this to Charles tomorrow. I don't think that calling and threatening him is gonna make things better.
Nathan paused.
"Okay, but if he keeps this up or tries anything with you while you're at work,"
he said as he raised his eyebrow. Ellie knew what that meant. Nathan grew up fighting and was a former junior Golden Gloves boxing champion. There was a time when he enjoyed hurting people, but that time had since passed. She knew, though, that he was more than capable of defending her if it came down to it. The next day, Ellie knocked on the window of Charles's office. He waved her inside.
"What's up?"
he said cheerfully. She looked unsure of herself as she trembled inside.
I've been having an issue with one of my clients, Edgar Zavala.
Charles got an uncomfortable look on his face.
"What kind of issue?"
Well, it started with him calling me names like my queen and saying things like my boyfriend didn't deserve me. So I corrected him and explained that saying things like that was inappropriate. I thought that he understood, but then I got this message from him last night.
Ellie played the recording that Edgar had left for her. After it finished, Charles sat back in his chair and crossed his arms. Well, sounds like quite the musician. He sighed. As a caregiver, you're probably going to hear things from some of your clients from time to time that don't always seem rational. Some can even come across as brash or vulgar. Many of the residents here are dealing with dementia or other forms of cognitive decline. I'm not trying to downplay what you're telling me. I'm just trying to remind you of where you're at. Charles leaned forward onto his desk. You do realize that it's against policy to give your information out to clients, right?
I realize I messed up by doing that, but...
Ellie frowned.
This wasn't like an angry or emotional outburst. It's more like an infatuation that he has with me.
Charles leaned back. We'll talk with Edgar. Are you wanting me to remove him from your workload? Ellie nodded.
Yeah.
All right, Charles replied, sounding somewhat vexed. Ellie called Nathan after she left.
That was so fucked up.
What was? Nathan replied.
The way Charles basically talked to me like I was a child.
What?
Yeah, he acted like I was just overreacting.
What an asshole. Even after you played the message that he left?
He just tried to turn it around on me. He said that it was against the rules to give out your information. Which I acknowledged, but it still doesn't give someone the right to act all creepy like that.
Ellie sighed.
But the good news is, he dropped Eddie as my client, so at least I don't have to see him anymore.
Nathan sighed a breath of relief. Good. That evening, Nathan looked over Edgar's Facebook page as he tried to get a better understanding of who they were dealing with. His picture was of an old photo of himself in his mariachi outfit. Most of his friends were women from overseas, and he only had a handful of posts, with many being YouTube videos of music performances by bands from Latin America. Oh shit, Nathan suddenly blurted out. Ellie, he exclaimed.
In here,
she replied as she painted her toenails in their bedroom. Nathan came sprinting into the room. Check this out, he said as he handed her his phone. Ellie looked at Edgar's about info. Under his relationship status, it read, married to Ellie Gutierrez since May 17th, 2023. The date was May 26th. Ellie's brow crinkled with dismay.
Are you serious?
Nathan hung his head in frustration, then looked back up. Listen, just watch yourself around this guy, and if he says something to you, tell someone, okay? Nathan hugged Ellie as she buried her head into his chest. If he even thinks of trying anything, I'll fucking bury him. Edgar sat in his living room watching Family Feud when he heard a loud knock at the door. He jumped up and grabbed a bouquet of roses off the kitchen counter that he had gotten for Ellie. However, it wasn't Ellie that showed up, but instead a young man with brown wavy hair and glasses. Are you... The young man paused as he looked down at his clipboard. Edgar? Edgar scowled. Yeah, who are you? I'm Jason. I'll be starting as your new caregiver. Edgar looked out into the hallway, as if he expected Ellie to still show up. Where's Ellie? I actually don't even know who that is. Today's only my second day working here. Edgar sat the roses down and picked up his phone to call the front desk. Hi, this is Edgar Zavala in room 201. They sent the wrong caregiver today. I'm supposed to be assigned to Ellie.
Hold on a minute.
Sylvia, who was the receptionist, replied as she typed at her computer. There was a long pause.
Charles must not have contacted you. Looks like you've been reassigned to Jason.
Edgar began shaking his head. No one told me anything. There must be some kind of mix-up or something.
No, it's showing right here. Edgar Zavala, Jason Hansen, Wednesday, March 27th at 1:30.
So is there a chance she'll be back on Friday?
No, like I said, you've been assigned to Jason now, Mr. Zavala. He's your new caregiver.
Edgar hung up the phone, staring blankly into space. Jason sat his clipboard on the counter. So I have a checklist of chores that I'm supposed to do. Edgar stayed quiet as he checked off what needed to be done. When he was finished, Jason looked it over. Okay, I'll get started with doing some dishes then, if that's all right. Edgar nodded, then went back to watching TV. The sound of the pots and pans clanging around in the sink echoed torturously in his head. He tried calling Ellie again, but like all the other times before, it went straight to her voicemail. Jason rambled on incessantly. I know how it is when you get attached to someone. Sometimes you just gotta let go, though. Helping people like you that can't care for themselves really gets me through tough times. Jason scrubbed one of the pans furiously. You know, you really should lower the temperature on your stove when you're cooking. Otherwise, it causes burnt-on grease. Edgar walked into the kitchen and interrupted. How about you just make me a sandwich? Jason sat the pan down. Sure, what do you want? I can make a mean Reuben. I can also do a club or a patty melt. Grilled cheese is fine. Jason toasted some bread, threw on a few slices of cheddar, then heated it up in the microwave. You got any tomato soup? Because that goes real well with grilled cheese. Edgar just stood there smoldering like a wildfire. I don't want any pinchy soup. I just want a grilled cheese. Jason got quiet as Edgar's eyes dug into him like daggers. The microwave beeped unnervingly when it finished cooking. Here's your sandwich, Jason said as he took it out of the microwave and sat it on the table. Edgar sat down, then held the sandwich to his mouth and took a bite. His brow furrowed and he spit it back out. Chingao! This tastes like rubber! Jason nervously opened the refrigerator and began digging around. I can make you something else. It looks like there's some ground beef, something else that looks kind of like chili beans. Edgar got up from where he was sitting and walked over to the stove as Jason continued looking through the refrigerator. He grabbed the cast iron comal that was sitting on the burner. He then snuck up on Jason from behind, striking him over the head with it and sending him crashing into the refrigerator shelves as food tumbled out. Edgar threw the comal in the sink and walked back over to him. He grabbed the back of his hair and dragged his body onto the floor. Jason laid sprawled out on his belly with the back of his head split open. Blood soon began to drench his hair, changing its color from a light brown to a deep, soggy auburn. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Edgar jerked his head up to look. It was the old man that lived in the room next to him. He stood out in the hallway in his robe. Hey, you okay in there? Edgar quickly thought up an excuse. I'm fine, just moving some furniture. The old man crankily threw his arm in the air. All right, just keep it down. I'm trying to watch Judge Judy, he mumbled as he turned and walked away. Jason started groaning as he slowly began to regain consciousness. Edgar walked into the other room, then returned a few moments later holding a guitar string in his hand. He crouched down, planting his knee into the small of Jason's back, then wrapped the string around his throat. He gritted his teeth, pulling on it with such force that his hands began to shake. Jason's head lifted off the ground as the string dug fiercely into his throat, eventually tearing the skin and causing blood to ooze out. Edgar finally released the tension when he was sure he was dead. Nos vemos en el infierno, he growled as he stood back up. Several hours later, Sylvia got a call from one of Jason's other clients. After she hung up, she turned to Charles.
Did Jason leave early today?
Not to my knowledge, Charles responded. He pulled up the time clock. It shows him still clocked in. Sylvia got a baffled look on her face.
That's strange. I just got a call from one of his clients saying that he was supposed to have been at his room 40 minutes ago, and he never showed up.
Well, I know he was here earlier. Who was his first client? She double-clicked her mouse.
Looks like it was Edgar Zavala.
She then paused thoughtfully.
You know, now that I think of it, I remember Zavala calling me earlier because he was upset his caregiver was changed.
What room's he in?
201.
I'll run down there and see if he's still in there for some reason. Charles knocked on Edgar's door. There was no answer, so he knocked again, this time pressing his ear up to it. There was no sound that he could hear. As he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard the deadbolt release. The door slowly cracked open and Edgar answered.
"Can I help you, sir?"
he said politely. "Hello, Mr. Zavala?"
"Yeah?"
"I'm Charles. I'm the director here." He paused. "Did Jason ever make it over today?"
"Yeah, he was here earlier."
Edgar smiled.
"Great kid, by the way."
"When did he leave?" Edgar stroked his mustache.
"Maybe about an hour ago."
"Did he by chance say where he was going?"
"No, not that I recall." "Is everything okay?"
"Yeah, we're just trying to locate him." Charles peered over Edgar's shoulder into his room. Edgar turned to the side.
"Did you want to come in?"
Charles sighed and put his hand on his hip. "No, he probably just went to lunch or something and didn't say anything. I'll keep checking around."
"Okay."
Edgar smiled darkly as he slowly pushed the door closed. "Can you pull up the cameras for me?" Charles asked Sylvia. "Zavala told me that Jason left his room about an hour ago." The two studied camera footage for the next few minutes. The video recording showed Jason entering Edgar's room at 1:27, but it never showed him leaving. Charles got a perplexed look on his face.
"Fuck,"
he whispered under his breath. He shook his head.
"That doesn't make any sense. I guess I'll be heading back over there."
He made his way back to Edgar's room and knocked on his door. The gentle banging broke the uneasy stillness that seemed to fill the hallway. There was no response, so he knocked once more and called out his name. "Mr. Zavala? It's Charles. I just need to talk to you again." He waited a few more seconds, then pulled a giant key set from his pants pocket. He inserted the master key, and with a turn of his wrist, the deadbolt slid back into its chamber, and the door opened. He could hear the TV, but there was no sign of anyone inside. "Hello?" he called out as he cautiously entered. "Mr. Zavala? Jason?" He walked slowly as he scanned the room. A framed photograph that sat atop an end table caught his eye. He bent over to examine it. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and he snatched it in his hand to get a closer look. In the photograph, Edgar stood with his arm around a woman. A crude cutout of Ellie's face was plastered onto her body. Charles grimaced as a sick feeling came over him. He sat it back down and continued into the kitchen. Edgar had cleaned everything up. The grilled cheese sandwich with the bite taken out of it still sat on the counter. As he continued into the bedroom, there were several more photos that were carefully placed on the dresser. One was of Edgar and the Mariachi band that he played with, posing together as a group. The next one was a white 1960 Chevrolet El Camino. The last one was of presumably the same woman that Charles had seen in the photo in the other room. She stood next to Edgar, dressed in a wedding gown and holding a bouquet of flowers. Edgar was dressed in a black charro suit. Another cutout of Ellie's face was superimposed onto her body. A chill ran down Charles's spine. "What the fuck?" he muttered to himself. He bent down and checked under the bed, then turned the light on in the bathroom, but there was still no sign of Jason. He finally came upon a small storage closet. He tried the handle, but the door seemed wedged shut. He grunted, then jerked on it, finally forcing it open. Jason's battered corpse fell out onto the floor. Charles's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. He shrieked and stumbled backwards, then darted out of the room. He sprinted through the hallway and into the lobby. He tried to open the office door, but he was so riddled with adrenaline that his fingers fumbled the keys, and he dropped him on the ground. Sylvia jumped up from her seat and opened the door.
"What's wrong?"
"He's dead. Call the police,"
Charles exclaimed as he began to hyperventilate.
"Who's dead?"
Just do it.
Many of the clients that stood in the lobby began to whisper amongst themselves as they watched the chaos. Sylvia picked up the phone and dialed 911. A short time later, numerous police and medical personnel began entering the building. Charles had managed to gather himself enough to relay a basic account of what had happened.
Okay, what's going on?
Sergeant Harris barked.
I discovered the dead body of one of our caregivers,
Charles said, still trembling.
Where?
Room 201.
Harris then turned and hollered.
Let's get this place locked down. No one in, no one out.
He turned to Sylvia, as Charles was too incapacitated.
Can you have your employees begin getting everyone back in their rooms?
Sylvia nodded, then bolted into action. As police began sweeping the area, they couldn't help but notice some of the clients, many of whom were shut-ins, and had long since been forgotten about by the outside world. An old man in a wheelchair sat in the corner, mindlessly mumbling to himself. Another woman appeared frozen in an odd, crippled position from lack of movement. She followed them with her eyes as they scrambled around.
Police, we're coming in,
Harris announced as he drew his gun from his holster. He entered Edgar's room, followed closely behind by several other officers. They began methodically searching the area.
Over here,
an officer called out as he caught a glimpse of Jason's tennis shoes from around the corner.
Get some paramedics in here,
Harris cried out. An EMT quickly rushed in, crouching down next to Jason as he checked for a pulse. He then shook his head despairingly, as Jason had long since expired. That evening, Ellie was exercising on her elliptical when her phone rang. She answered, putting it on speaker.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you're okay.
Her friend Marissa exclaimed.
Why wouldn't I be okay?
Ellie replied with a confused grin.
It just said on the news that Lakeside was on lockdown because a staff there got killed.
Ellie almost fell off the elliptical. She stepped off it and grabbed her phone, taking it off speaker.
What? Check KRDO News. It's on right now.
Ellie turned on the news and saw a reporter who was standing in the parking lot of Lakeside. Again, Lakeside Assisted Living was placed on lockdown after the body of one of their caregivers was found dead inside one of the rooms. No further details are being released by police at this time, but News 13 will continue to follow this story as it develops. Danny Trujillo, News 13, the reporter said somberly. Ellie took the phone away from her ear and placed her hand over her mouth in shock. Edgar, she thought to herself, even before she knew what had happened. She slowly raised the phone back to her ear and gasped.
I gotta call you back. I can't talk right now, Marissa. I'm sorry.
She watched the rest of the news broadcast as she stared anxiously at the TV screen. After it ended, she picked up her phone and called the facility. Sylvia answered.
Lakeside. It's Ellie. It wasn't him, was it? Edgar?
Sylvia let out a guarded sigh.
Listen, honey. I can't say anything right now over the phone, but I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. I'm just glad you're okay.
A tear rolled down Ellie's cheek. The tone of Sylvia's voice was enough to confirm what she had feared.
Can you at least tell me if they got him?
She whispered with choking heaviness. Sylvia paused.
I'm sorry.
Nathan rushed home from work after Ellie called him. He burst through the door, locking the deadbolt behind him. Ellie was sitting on the couch. He sat down next to her, wrapping his arms around her. I'm sorry, he said.
I still haven't heard for sure if it was Eddie that did it, but I got a really bad feeling, babe.
Nathan wiped the tears from her face. Just wait till tomorrow. When you go back to work, I'm sure you'll find out more.
I don't know if I want to go back. I don't know if I can.
Ellie prepared breakfast the next morning when her phone rang.
Hello, is this Ellie Gutierrez?
A gravelly voice asked.
This is her.
This is Detective Clemens with the Pueblo PD. Would you be available this afternoon to come down to the station for questioning?
Well, I have to work at 11.
Don't worry about that right now. We've been in contact with your employer.
He sighed.
In case you haven't already heard, there was a homicide that occurred yesterday at your workplace. We also have a suspect who's still at large.
I heard about it on the news yesterday. I can be there around 11:30 if that's okay.
That works perfect. Just come on in through the main entrance off Grand Avenue and ask for Detective Clemens.
Before Ellie arrived at the station, Clemens drove over to Edgar's sister's mobile home. He knocked on the door and was soon greeted by an aggressive 85-pound German shepherd that jumped on the screen and began barking wildly. Clemens jumped back.
Jesus!
Vivian stared at him as her dog continued barking.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Detective Clemens with the Pueblo PD. Are you Vivian Zavala?
She nodded.
Can I just get a quick moment of your time?
Vivian yanked on the dog's collar, subduing him long enough to slam the door. Clemens got a frustrated look on his face.
It's about your brother. It'll only take a minute,
he exclaimed as he stood on her steps. Pretty soon the door opened again, and to his relief, the dog was pinned up.
I ain't got all day,
Vivian said as she opened the screen door.
Hurry up, otherwise you'll let all the flies in.
Thank you,
Clemens said as he hustled inside. He sat down next to her at the dining room table.
Ms. Zavala, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but yesterday there was a homicide that occurred in the room where your brother lived, and now he's missing.
Vivian frowned numbly and shook her head.
I'm not here to point the finger of blame on him. We just want to locate him and ask him a few questions. I was hoping that maybe you could tell me a little more about Edgar and where he might be.
Vivian slowly turned her head toward the detective. The sunlight shined through the window on her haggard face.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, and he ain't here if that's what you're wondering. When he was first released from the psychiatric hospital, he wanted to stay here, and I flat out refused. Then the state put him up in that nursing home. I knew that was a mistake from the start.
Edgar was committed to a psychiatric hospital?
Vivian nodded stiffly.
He was in the Colorado Mental Health Institute for 28 years. It was the only time I ever had peace of mind.
Why was he in there?
She sighed.
He killed Gloria, his wife. The court found him not guilty by reason of insanity. As heinous as it was, I didn't think he'd ever see the light of day again, but I guess the psychiatrist thought differently. They put him in this program, a community release type program. He was supposed to check in monthly with his caseworker. He was also put on medication, but he told me that he quit taking it a few months ago. I tried to call the hospital several times to tell them, but they told me that if nothing was noted by the nurse, they couldn't do anything about it.
How long ago was he discharged?
It was right around the beginning of the year, so about 5 months ago.
Do you think him not taking his medication could have led to a violent outburst?
Vivian chuckled ominously.
I would still like to have a frank conversation with the doctor that signed off on his release. I've seen how Eddie gets without his meds. The delusions, the obsessions. My brother can be whoever you want him to be, or whoever it benefits him to be. He can be charming. He can be funny, and then he can be someone that you pray you never meet in your life. I think that's why it took them 40 years to finally catch him.
Well, that's pretty alarming,
Clemens responded.
Do you have any idea where he might have fled to?
That's your job, detective. I said to myself I'd give him one more chance. But now he burnt all his bridges here. But if you do catch him, let me know. Because I'd love to be there for his execution.
Clemens finished scribbling in his notepad and pulled his business card from his shirt pocket.
Listen, if he shows up here, call the police. And if you can think of anything else, my number's on the card. Thank you for your time today, ma'am.
Ellie sat in the police station waiting room in a daze.
Ms. Gutierrez,
Clemens said as he walked up to her. She jumped.
I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Detective Clemens,
he said as he extended his hand.
Thanks for coming in.
Ellie shook his hand and followed him into a small room, just large enough to accommodate the desk and chairs that filled it.
Are you thirsty?
he asked, holding the pitcher of water in his hand.
No,
Ellie replied. Clemens sat the pitcher down.
So I called you down here today to maybe help us with a case. Yesterday, the body of one of your co-workers was found dead inside Edgar Zavala's room. I understand that he was a former client of yours.
Ellie nodded and put her head in her hands as she began to weep.
You can take a minute if you need to,
Clemens said, setting the box of tissues next to her. She grabbed a tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes.
When I heard what had happened yesterday on the news, I knew it was him,
she whimpered. So, what made you drop Edgar as your client?
It just got awkward. It started with him calling me names like my queen, and he would say things like, my boyfriend didn't deserve me. Then he recorded this weird-ass song.
Did you still have it?
Yeah,
replied Ellie as she reached for her phone. She hit the play button and sat her phone on the desk. After it finished, Clemens shook his head.
Did you show that to your supervisor?
Yeah, and I also blocked his number.
When we were searching Edgar's room, we discovered several altered photos. They contained cutouts of your face that were pasted onto another woman's body, possibly his late wife.
Ellie shuddered.
What?
Clemens gestured with his hand.
I'm not trying to scare you, but you might want to be a little extra cautious until we can locate Edgar and bring him into custody.
Well, am I going to get like some kind of protection?
I was told that the sheriff's department has increased the number of patrols down your street. We'll be exhausting all our resources to catch this guy, but I could use your help.
Ellie looked up at Clemens.
How?
You said you blocked him, right? His telephone number and social media?
Ellie nodded.
If you were to unblock him, there's a chance he might try and contact you again. He may even want to meet up with you. If so, we can take any information that he gives you and launch a sting operation.
Ellie got a dubious look on her face.
So, what you're saying is you want to use me as bait?
It's totally up to you, but your assistance could be a huge asset to us.
Ellie crossed her arms as she pondered the detective's proposition.
I need to talk to my boyfriend first, but this involves him too.
Absolutely.
Clemens reached into his shirt pocket.
Here's my card. Not to rush you, but in cases like this, timing is critical. So if you could call me as soon as possible, I'd appreciate it.
Ellie nodded, stony-eyed. He wants you to meet up with this guy? Nathan exclaimed. Ellie, he just murdered someone.
I know. That's all I've been thinking about since yesterday. I couldn't even sleep last night because I was worried about him breaking in here and...
She began to blubber.
Fucking raping me or killing me.
I'm not going to let that happen. And if he does break in here, I swear on my grandma's grave, his old ass is leaving in a body bag.
But you can't always be here.
Ellie paused.
What if it's some other young girl he goes after next?
So what are you thinking? Nathan asked. A boldness seemed to come over Ellie.
I can either do nothing and live in fear, or I can try and help get him.
Nathan froze in silence, and although he was apprehensive, it seemed that Ellie had already made up her mind. A little while later, she called Detective Clemens to inform him that she would agree to unblock Edgar's number. He then proceeded to give her detailed instructions on what to say if Edgar happened to call or text her. He also assured her that she had little to worry about, as her safety was their main priority. It would be a carefully coordinated operation under the direct supervision of undercover agents. Surveillance cameras would be placed around the property in case Edgar showed up unannounced. Several days had passed with no breaks in the case. Edgar's whereabouts remained unknown, and Nathan and Ellie remained on edge. She now almost instinctively jumped every time the phone rang or her text message alert chimed. Usually it was either family or friends checking in on her. The third evening, she got a text from Marissa.
Hey friend, what are you up to?
Marissa wrote.
Nothing much, just trying to decide what to fix for dinner. You want to come hang out for a bit? I'm about to order pizza. No, just not feeling it tonight, but thanks. Come on, you can't stay trapped in that place forever.
Ellie thought about it for a minute. She looked over at Nathan, who was playing video games.
Marissa's ordering pizza tonight and she invited me over. I told her I didn't think I was up for it yet.
Nathan paused his game. It might help you get your mind off things. He shrugged his shoulders. It's better than sitting around here and dwelling on shit.
I think I just feel depressed.
Ellie sighed and smiled with resolve.
You're probably right. Be over in a minute. Save me a slice.
She texted Marissa.
LOL. Make it snappy,
she replied. Darkness moved in, discreetly yet undeterred. Nathan walked Ellie out to her car as a precaution. The moon shined with a deathly paleness in the night sky as she drove to Marissa's house. She turned on the radio. Mariachi music began blaring from the speakers, but she quickly changed the station as she didn't want any reminders of Edgar. She put on some hip-hop and gently patted her hand on the steering wheel. When she pulled into Marissa's driveway, her car was parked outside, and the porch light was on. Ellie parked and went and knocked on the door. No one answered, so she tried the handle. The door was open, so she let herself in. The living room was dark, but she could see light shining from the kitchen.
You shouldn't really leave your door unlocked. There's a bunch of creeps around here,
Ellie called out. Suddenly, Edgar stepped out of the shadows from behind her. Before she had a chance to scream, he placed his hand over her mouth and held his Bowie knife up to her throat.
Don't worry. I'll protect you,
he whispered in her ear. She could feel the blade as it pressed against her skin. She dropped her purse and cried out as she tried to escape his grip. Edgar had learned through viewing Ellie's Facebook that Marissa was her best friend. He did a Google search and was able to find her home address. After fleeing from the assisted living facility, he cased her residence until he gained entry into her home through a small window that he pried open. While hiding out in her basement, he was able to listen to the women's conversations. He learned of the sting operation, and he knew that the only way to get to Ellie was through someone close to her. Someone like Marissa.
Don't tense up. Don't fight it.
Edgar pushed Ellie through the living room and then the kitchen. She began to see blood trails and smeared handprints and thick blood on the walls and countertops, suggesting that a violent struggle had taken place.
Downstairs,
he commanded. He escorted her down the stairs, step by step, with the knife still resting firmly against her trachea. Halfway down the flight of stairs, she got her first glimpse of the carnage that awaited her. And when they reached the bottom, she witnessed the depths of Edgar's derangement. Marissa's corpse was propped up in a chair. Her throat was cut so deep that her head remained attached to her body only by a few strands of connective tissue. On the table next to her were 2 wedding rings sitting in their boxes. The same rings that Edgar and his deceased wife had once wore when they were married. Ellen's legs buckled and then she fell to her knees as she began to sob. Edgar got her back up and continued walking her to an empty seat across from Marissa. He ordered her to sit down, then reached for some duct tape that he had in his back pocket. He taped her mouth shut, then bound her hands behind her back and her legs to the chair. With Ellie now restrained, Edgar placed his knife back into its sheath that was attached to his belt. He smiled giddily.
I have to run upstairs, mi amor, but I'll be right back. Just to give you and Marissa a chance to catch up on some girl talk.
He cocked his head to the side and gazed at her.
You look so beautiful.
Edgar then sprinted back upstairs. He grabbed a large cabinet and began strenuously dragging it towards the front door to barricade it shut. While he was upstairs, Ellie began wiggling her arms and legs as she tried desperately to free herself. She looked around the room and noticed the steel beams that provided support for the house's foundation. They were square in shape and had jagged edges. She began jerking her body, using the momentum to inch the chair toward one of the beams that stood about 5 feet away from her. With her chair backed up against the beam, she used its edge to saw through the tape. After Edgar finished moving the cabinet, he ran back downstairs. The smile quickly wiped off his face when he discovered that Ellie was no longer sitting in her chair. He looked around when she suddenly jumped out from hiding behind the staircase and smashed his guitar across his face. The blow to the head sent him stumbling sideways. Ellie then bolted up the stairs. When he regained his senses, he pulled his knife from its sheath.
Must have cold feet,
he uttered to himself as he took off after her. Ellie grimaced when she saw the cabinet that was blocking the front door. She continued running through the house looking for an escape route. She turned another corner and discovered a love seat that Edgar had placed in front of the door that led into the garage.
Fuck,
she said hysterically. She continued to the upstairs as Edgar followed from a distance. Marissa lived alone, and Ellie remembered that her father bought her a handgun for protection that she kept hidden in her closet. And Marissa's father, being a bit overprotective, wanted to make sure that his daughter was more than adequately armed. It was a Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum, a handgun suited more for hunting big game than merely defending yourself against a home intruder. She burst into the bedroom and locked the door. A few seconds later, Edgar stopped in front of it and tried the handle but saw that it was locked. Ellie dug through Marissa's closet as she frantically searched for the gun. Edgar banged on the door. A trickle of blood ran from his earlobe from the guitar blow that he took to the face.
Ellie, don't be like this.
Just leave me alone,
she pleaded.
Ellie,
he yelled as he hit the door again. She finally came across a hard plastic case that was buried under some clothes. She undid the clips and removed the gun from its interior compartment. As she checked its cylinder, she saw that it was fully loaded and breathed a momentary sigh of relief. On the other side of the door, Edgar grinned with amusement and began tossing his knife from one hand to another while letting out a low, demented chuckle. He then grabbed the weapon with both hands. His eyes widened and he grunted savagely as he began stabbing the blade through the door's panels. Ellie stood in the corner, aiming the gun in his direction. After numerous puncture holes, Edgar was finally able to punch through the door and let himself in. He saw Ellie wielding the revolver and stopped just past the doorway's threshold. He stood there, breathing heavily with his eyes transfixed on her.
You gonna shoot me? You want me dead?
Ellie cocked the gun's hammer.
Stay back, or I swear to God I'll do it.
Edgar then scowled menacingly.
I've been dead for years,
he hissed as he took a step forward. With her adrenaline surging, she unleashed a hail of gunfire, emptying all 6 rounds into his body. The concussion from each bullet blew portions of his shirt open and left behind mangled, gaping exit wounds. The impact sent him stumbling backwards into the hallway and finally toppling over the banister. Ellie dropped the gun as smoke rose from the barrel. She then crept out into the hallway and peered over the railing at the floor below. Edgar lay sprawled out in a pool of blood. His left leg was bent in an unnatural position behind his body, as if it had been broken by the fall. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes remained open, as if staring into the unknown. She gasped and turned her head, then bravely began her descent down the stairs. When she got to the bottom of the steps, she cringed as she was forced to walk through the blood that had saturated the ground where Edgar lay. Her purse sat in the living room where she had dropped it. She used all her strength and was able to move the cabinet far enough away from the door to slide past it. She dialed 911, then waited outside, cold and alone in the darkness. 3 months later, Although her life was spared, the guilt and turmoil that Ellie felt following the events of that night was crippling. The feelings of fear and loss of self-control had caused her to avoid going out in public. But with the advice of her therapist and the support of Nathan, she gradually began venturing out into the world again. The day of her birthday, Nathan took her out to eat at Don Juan's restaurant. He held her hand as he gazed deeply into her eyes. "I'm proud of you and the strength that you've shown over these last few months." Ellie sighed.
"It hasn't been easy. I just hope this next year's better than the last."
Suddenly an announcement came over the restaurant's PA system. "Attention everyone! We have a special young lady who's celebrating her birthday with us today. If you could all please put your hands together for Ellie." She smiled and looked over at Nathan.
"Did you do this?"
He looked back at her and grinned. Pretty soon, singing could be heard. A violin then followed, along with a horn and a guitar in unison. A group of mariachi players then filed into the center of the restaurant. Ellie let out a shriek and her face twisted with dread. She covered her eyes and turned away. Nathan quickly got up from his seat and rushed over to sit next to her. Baby, what's wrong?" He began waving his hands in the air. "Stop the music!" He then rose to his feet. "Stop the music!" he pleaded. The men abruptly quit singing and the smiles faded from the room. Ellie took her hands away from her face and looked back at the mariachi players. She initially believed in her mind that she had seen Edgar's face. In reality, though, it was just a man who bore a strong resemblance to him.
"I thought it was him,"
she uttered tearfully. "You're safe. Just breathe," Nathan said calmly. "Remember the techniques you learned." It seemed a reminder of Edgar could be found everywhere. He was the man in line with his head turned, or the person sitting several rows up in church, or even that stranger rushing by in the distance at a busy airport. His memory was forever archived in Ellie's mind, and she prayed that one day she wouldn't see his face when she dreamed.
A tall, well-built man stood in a lavishly decorated Victorian-style living room, staring into a full-length mirror with an ornate golden frame. There was nothing reflected, no image in the glass looking back at him, nothing but the shimmer that the overhead light cast upon the pane. "It might as well be a window," he said, his voice laced with frustration. "It shows me nothing but clear, empty glass. It is an entirely useless piece of furniture, trash that hangs upon our wall. What is the purpose? It's not even so much a decoration. It should shatter into so many pieces. I should take it outside and throw it directly into the dumpster with the rest of society's useless garbage. Every time I lay eyes on it, the sight of it angers me. It taunts me. A cruel trick to play on myself. And for what?" Nearby, a thick-bodied, voluptuous woman with an enormous wave of blonde hair and two big golden hoop earrings rolled her eyes. "Why does this suddenly matter so much to you, Samuel?" she said through red-painted lips. "None of us have reflections. That's just how it goes. And a window would show through to what's on the other side. That's a dumb comparison. You can't see through the mirror. You would think maybe lacking a reflection would tame your ego and lessen your vanity to a degree, but it seems not." Samuel rubbed at his face with his hands, feeling the features, tracing the point of his nose with his fingertips, that sharpness of his cheekbones. He was like the blind, trying to discern the features of a face by touch alone. "This is not about vanity, you irritating cow. This is about life, about purpose, the reason for being, existence. everything. It matters, Luann, because I can't see myself. Who am I then, really? I don't even know what I look like. Am I just supposed to take your word for it? How can I be vain without an identity? The eyes are the windows to the soul, and I can't see my own, Luann. I'm blind to my own self. If you took a minute to actually think about things, you would realize that you are in the same boat, and it would be equally disturbing, but you are too simple for that. Luann glared at him. Her own anger contorted her delicate features, making them seem harder. It brought out the edges in her rounded face. Simple? Because I choose not to focus on things I cannot change? Because I don't want to sit around like you and wallow about the things that have always been this way? You ask what the point is, Samuel. What is the point of that? It's entirely ridiculous, and you keep attacking me just because you're frustrated and upset, and I don't have to accept that from you. Samuel sighed. He lifted his arms and then let them fall limply to his sides like broken wings. You're right. It's not your fault. I just don't understand how you can take this so lightly, how you can be so unbothered. I want to know who I am. I want to know where my blemishes are, see the minute details of my face. Do I have crow's feet next to my eyes? Is there a birthmark somewhere? A mole or a freckle? Maybe even a scar? I've definitely had plenty of opportunities to earn some. Maybe I'm completely covered, Luann. Maybe I am just a mass of scar tissue. Perhaps my appearance is something truly monstrous. Luann closed the distance and put a supportive hand on his arm, her fingertips tracing lines over the firmness of his bicep. You look gorgeous, lover. You look just as you did 100 years ago. There are no scars or blemishes. You are flawless skin and high cheekbones. Let it rest, please. Samuel sighed and pulled away from her. And I have to simply trust your word because I can't see for myself. I could be hideous, and you could be lying right now, and I would never know. How could I know? What kind of life is it where I have to trust you more than my own self? How is that a life worth living, Luann? Can you really not see the problem with this? You don't know what you look like either. Look at the mirror. I'm serious. Do it. Go on. Look at it. Tell me what you see when you look at it. What do you see, Luann? Nothing. You see nothing because you're just like me. You see glass just as I do, window or no window. How does that sit so well with you? Look at it, think about it, and then answer me honestly. Don't shut me out. Don't ignore the truth. You want me to stop? Indulge me for a moment. Look at it and tell me. Luann huffed and threw her arms up. She stomped over and stood before the long wall mirror. She stared for a moment, then said, Yes, I don't see anything. I also don't need to see anything because I've never seen anything and I've grown accustomed to that. That is who I am. I am being honest with you. I am always honest with you. There has never been a day when I haven't been honest with you. I have absolutely no reason to lie. It doesn't send me into crisis looking at a mirror, Samuel. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Because it just is, I guess. It just is, and I'm okay with that because it's reality. Because I accept things how they are. The things I cannot change. Because it will only drive me insane not to, and you are the living proof of that. Now, the only thing driving me insane is you. But I'm not living, Luann. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be living, not without an identity and a sense of self. What kind of life is that? No, I'm merely existing, Luann. Simply existing, nothing more. I might as well be a ghost. Luann growled. She turned away from the reflectionless mirror to face him. What is the point of all this fussing? Dwelling on things like this does nothing but hurt you. Hurt us both. What good could possibly come of this? What do you hope to gain by thinking about things like this all the time? You dwell on it and you incessantly talk about it, and it is causing both of us grief. Maybe you should go back to therapy, Samuel. I think maybe a professional will be better equipped to see you through this than I am. We just talk in circles. It isn't helping anyone." Samuel groaned with disgust and moved around her to once again stare back at the mirror. "I want to know who I actually am, not who you say I am. How can I know who I am inside if I don't know who I am on the outside? They coincide, don't they? Can you have one without the other? Not truly. It's not real. None of it is real. I have no sense of self at all. I'm a walking illusion and the brunt of my own trick, a sad, sorry magician. I'm a picture without an image, an empty canvas, a television with no power. I am an enigma. I am my own greatest puzzle, Luann, and I haven't the faintest idea how to solve it." Luann cussed under her breath. She whirled to face him. She was trembling with her growing rage now. "I'll tell you who you are," she said angrily. "You're an overdramatic, self-important baby. You're a whiny little brat that is so self-involved that you can't even live your life if you can't stare at your own damned face. It's sickening. You know, humans are the same way, and that's what drives them to so many terrible decisions. They have ridiculous beauty standards and torture themselves for them. Maybe if no one had reflections, people would care more about the things in life that contain actual value, like companionship and love, compassion and empathy. Maybe then this pitiful world would be a better place." "You dare to talk to me about compassion and empathy?" Samuel bellowed in return. "Where is my compassion? Where is my empathy? Are you nothing more than a hypocrite? Self-important. You call me self-important? I don't even have a self," he yelled as she stormed out of the room and slammed the door behind her. "How can I be self-important without a self?" Sighing, Samuel sat down in a nearby chair. It was a red velvet smoking chair acquired from a lounge where Luann used to sing a long time ago, a time when he had more vitality and they both had more hunger. The lounge provided a means to satiate their appetites. "So, are you going to lock yourself in the bedroom now? Is that today's game?" he called to her. "Are you a helpless abuse victim because your 300-year-old boyfriend is having an existential crisis? Why don't you call one of your girlfriends while you're in there and tell them how awful I am? I'm suffering, Luann. I'm suffering and you don't give a shit. You find my pain too much of a bother. Admit it. I mean nothing to you anymore. If anyone is awful here, it's you." "Fine," she called back through the door from the other room. "I'm awful and terrible. That's fine with me at this point. Just shut up. Please, I can't listen to any more of this. I tried to empathize. I tried to understand. I tried to be supportive. It got me nowhere. It never gets me anywhere. You are just impossible, so I give up. Just internalize it so I can get through the day with less of a headache." Samuel gave a humorless laugh. "You toot your own horn more than you should, woman. You are horribly insensitive. I'm sorry that I can't get over this so quickly and be the man you wish me to be. If I could just blink and the pain would be gone, I would do that. Don't you think I would do that? But I can't. How am I supposed to get over this when it's always there? It never changes, never goes away. Like you said yourself just a minute ago, it just is. It always is. There is no remedy, no solution. It's an eternal emotional torment. It's torture. This is the true curse of being a vampire. It's horrible, Luann." There was a crash like she threw something against the wall in the other room. "Oh my God, Samuel. So is living with you. It literally is. It is an eternal fucking torment. It never ends. We're immortal and you just complain and cry and philosophize, and it's a vicious cycle that never changes and never ends. Can you please just give me a minute of goddamned quiet? I can't take this anymore. I really can't." "You can't take anymore? You can't?" "Yes." Do you know I tried to stake myself the other day? I really did. You didn't know, though, because you don't ever see the pain I'm in. You don't see what I deal with on a regular basis because life is just so simple and fun to you. You can't see past the next party. You're not 23, Luann. You're an old woman, even if you don't look it. But maybe you do. Maybe everyone is lying to you. Maybe I'm lying to you. Maybe you're a shriveled old hag, but you just can't see it because there's nothing in the damned mirror. He panted his anger for a moment, leaning forward in the chair and gripping the arms with his thin white fingers topped with long black nails. Well, that's fine, Luann. I'll be quiet and not speak about my feelings, and one day you can just find my corpse. That's just fine. I don't even care what you do with it. It would probably look disgusting, but how would I know truly, right? Throw it and the mirror in the dump with the human filth and waste. What do I care? The bedroom door flew open and collided with the wall, stopping with a bang. Stop it! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! Just shut up! I mean it! I can't listen to this day in and day out. Stop! Luann ran back into the room angrily. She charged right at him, her overwhelming emotion making her shake like a volcano about to rupture. Oh, so now you're going to hit me? He said, looking up at her with doe eyes. I suppose this is your idea of empathy and compassion. Maybe we have different definitions of those words. Which one of us is the selfish one, really? I think you really need to ask yourself, Luann. Sit and marinate in that for a bit. Reflect on this moment and try to see yourself clearly. That, after all, is the whole problem, isn't it? Are you being serious right now? You are such an infuriating person. It doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, Samuel, because your inside is ugly. It's downright repulsive. You're an awful person. I'm about to ghost you like your reflection, and then if you do get up the guts to kill yourself, it won't be me finding the body. Maybe no one will, and you will just stay right here and rot. And then your outside finally will truly match your inside. Beautiful. Well, that's a lovely thing to say. Thank you. You're a true charmer. And trying to guilt me with your suicide is better? Please. I'm over this. I'm over you. I just can't do it anymore. We tired of each other years ago, and you know it as well as I do. We aren't together because we care about each other, and you know it. So let's stop pretending. We were together all this time because we didn't want to be alone. That's it. That's the plain and simple truth of it. It was a life of convenience, a relationship built on the curse of the meaningless existence of immortality you so loathe. Samuel looked up at her, hope twinkling in his eye now. So you admit it is meaningless, yet you don't believe the lack of meaning is tied to the lack of an image. It is just more proof that nothing is real. Everything we know of ourselves comes from someone else. It is all conjecture. Everything is subjective. How could being immortal be anything but a curse if you have no idea who you even are? If you have no purpose, nothing to live for. You're painfully redundant, Samuel. I don't care if that has to do with your reflection or not. I care about not listening to it anymore, period. Samuel watched her leave and jumped when she slammed the door. He continued talking to her as if she was still there. Self-important. Ha! Self should be important. If you don't have yourself, you have nothing. It is something that humans are always concerned with. Why should I not be the same? We're supposed to be superior to them. We shouldn't be forbidden to do things that come naturally to lesser beings. Is it forbidden for our kind to search for the truth of our own identity? Maybe we never get to have a coming-of-age story because we never come of age. Have you thought about that? I doubt it because you don't bother to think about anything. You are so thick and so hollow. I suppose that makes you lucky. It is the people that are like you that succeed in this life, or whatever you choose to call it. The people who fail to look deeper into anything, who just coast on by without a care. Is that how our kind is supposed to be? Is that what was intended for me? Do I suffer simply because I am a deeper, more intricate person? People like us just go on endlessly. However, they were the moment they became eternal. It is exhausting, this tireless life. Can you find irony in that? I'm glad you're gone. Stay gone. I don't care. Samuel dragged himself to his feet. He shuffled to the bathroom in somnambulistic fashion and turned on the shower. Then he stripped down as the steam began to rise like smoke drifting from the clawfoot bathtub. Mindlessly, Samuel stepped into the hot water. He looked out at his arms, his legs, the parts of him that he was able to see, his belly and genitals. It felt like possession, taking someone else over and looking through their eyes. None of it felt like this. Samuel spoke out loud over the incessant patter of the beating water. Whose arms and legs are these really? They belong to me, I suppose, but who am I? I can look down at this chest, this stomach, this member that stopped being able to create life centuries ago. None of it means anything without a face. Without a face, it could belong to anyone, a robot even, a machine. He was crying now, his tears racing the rivulets of shower water down his pale flesh, falling from the face he couldn't see. The face is what makes it all belong, makes it real unique, its own. These are all just pieces of a generic phantom body that belongs to no one or anyone all the same. You can attach any face to it and it will suddenly change and become a person, a very specific person, but my view contains no face. I am a faceless entity walking through immortality without direction. We all are. That is our fate, our curse. We are granted forever, but not as people, as nothing. As nothing. Later, when Samuel was dry and wrapped in his red velvet bathrobe, a cigarette hanging from a stranger's lips but making him cough nonetheless, he sat at his desk, eyes that to him were neither pretty or hideous, staring at the screen of his open Chromebook. You can search on the internet for anything. Luann can't help me, but someone can, and I can find them here. You can find anything you want on the computer these days, except for your own goddamned reflection in the blank screen. His fingers traced over the screen as it came to life and the wallpaper rose from the darkness in bright color. If only he could do the same. My photo file folder is empty because I can't take photos. Selfies are images of an empty room. There's nothing to show me to myself, no medium with which to see my true guise. I can photograph the room, the humans that pretend not to be afraid of me, the food on my plate, but never myself. Not even the hands and feet I can see in the shower. Pictures come out without me in them, and that's not supposed to bother me? My memories can't be preserved, my special moments held on to. Yet I get to see everyone else that was there, not others with me like Luann, but I get to see the frozen moment in time for all the strangers, the humans, the people that meant nothing and bring nothing to my life. I get to see them getting what I can never have. Samuel looked over at a broad draped across the bedpost behind him and he snarled, How can she live with that so easily? Something is wrong with her, not me. Then he looked back at the screen and his eyes lit up. His mouth fell open. He wondered what it all looked like. There was a profile on the screen that called to him, and now he would return the favor. Ah, you're perfect, he said to the person on his screen, staring back at him unknowingly. You have such elegant style. It's exquisite, real, beautiful, and tragic all the same. I believe I have found the one I am looking for. Now I'll just email you my address and list a job offer that you will be unable to refuse that is only available if you come right away. And send. That should do. Soon I will have solved this eternal crisis. You see that, Luann? I am not just content to be a victim. I got to work. I found a solution. What are you doing? You're probably out there getting drunk again, dancing with your food. Pathetic. It wasn't long before the knocking sounded at the door. His job offer answered. Samuel could feel the human on the other side of the door. He could hear the nervous thrumming of their heart. When Samuel answered the door, he made sure to make eye contact with the thin millennial adorning an even thinner goatee that stood before him complacently, his eyes glassy. "You're here because I love your art," Samuel said to him. The young man just stared back, his gaze blank and his body motionless, though the heart in his chest continued to pound. "You are going to use that art to be my personal mirror. You will provide me with the one thing that God's curse has stolen from me, a reflection. This is not negotiable. This is just the way. You will live here now and you will only paint, and paint what I tell you, nothing else. I will allow you breaks to eat and sleep and have sex if I'm in the mood, but you will only do so when I condone it, as they are only being afforded to you as a means of survival so that you may continue painting. Not if you understand." The young man made his first movement since his arrival, just the slight bob of his head. "Good," Samuel told him. "You belong to me now, mirror. Welcome home." Later that day, Samuel watched the glassy-eyed young man put his brush down and then push his seat back with a loud screech. Samuel smiled and suddenly wished he had for the painting the man had just done. He wondered what his smile looked like. Was it awkward? Did it fit his face? Were his teeth straight? Unconsciously, he reached up and touched them, running his fingertips over the ivory. Samuel stood with a stretch, his robe hanging open and his nakedness showing. There was no reason to hide himself from his current company. Humans wouldn't hide from their own mirror, would they? There would be irony if they did, taking for granted the gift that had been afforded them. "You have done as you were told without question or complaint. You have done well," Samuel said to the painter, who sat up straight 3 feet behind his easel, his hands on his lap and his brown eyes staring blankly forward. "You may rest for a moment. Now that you have finished your first canvas, I want to look at it, to take it in, to see what the photos erase." Samuel walked over and looked at the painting standing idly by on the wooden easel. "You did a wonderful job, mirror. There is so much detail. I made the right choice when I selected you for this position. I feel quite pleased, my young painter. Quite pleased indeed. Go, eat or sleep or wash yourself. I don't care what you do as long as you don't leave. You are forbidden to leave, and if you try to, I will hang you on the wall where the other mirror currently resides." The painter stood, his arms falling from his lap to hang limply at his sides. He walked into the bedroom where he climbed onto the bed and laid there flat on his back, empty eyes staring at the ceiling. Samuel growled at the furious beating of the man's heart that thrummed in his ears and screamed to his blood. He wished the organ would settle down. Why was it so stubborn and unwilling to comply like the rest of the fellow was? It made it hard for Samuel to concentrate and appreciate the art he held in his hands. Maybe if he bled the man just a little, it wouldn't be quite so loud. Samuel set the painting down gently on the nearby love seat, and then he walked with purposeful strides into the bedroom. The young man on the bed did not turn to look at him. He kept those woeful brown eyes on the diamond chandelier hanging above. His heart was like a war drum now, pounding and thrashing like tidal waves at a beachfront. Samuel snarled. He snatched the young painter's arm up and gnashed his teeth into the wrist. Immediately, hot blood flowed into his mouth, over his tongue, and the sensation of it sent tremors running through him. He moaned with delight, but then ripped the arm away from himself and threw it down onto the golden-trimmed white down comforter. He couldn't allow himself to get carried away and lose his mirror now that he finally had one. Samuel took a deep breath and sighed contentedly now that the mirror's heartbeat was weaker, calmer. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, turned on his heel, and marched back into the living room where he immediately picked up the canvas and took its place on the love seat. "This is me," Samuel said. "My nose is so pointy, but my eyes are such a wonderful shade of blue. I can see the details, the flaws and blemishes. I do in fact have a small mole on my right cheekbone, it seems." He couldn't help but laugh. "I had no idea it was there until this very moment. This is exciting. I feel more whole already. I am thankful to you and your talent, my beautiful mirror. Luann was right, you know. I really am quite handsome." "Yes, you are." The voice came from the man laying atop Samuel's bed. despite his eyes being glued to the sparkling fixture dangling from the cathedral-style ceiling and his body remaining as motionless as a corpse. "I'm not smiling in this painting, though," Samuel called back to him. "It's not your fault, though. I haven't smiled in years, not until today. That's exactly why I needed you so much. It is the reason you are here, to help me rediscover a reason to smile. I have found the answer to my pain, my eternal struggle and internal damnation, and that answer is you. I can smile for the next painting, and it won't be quite so forced. I will do my best to hold a smile and still keep it genuine for you. Paint me looking content. Your break is over, mirror." "Okay." At once the painter rose like the movie portrayal of a vampire awakening from coffin sleep. He sat straight up. Then he swung himself sideways, his legs going over the edge of the big bed. "Wait, I'm going to change my outfit. Let us have some variety. This is art, after all." "Okay," the young man answered in a trance-like way. He sat there on the side of the bed, his hands folded in his lap and staring blankly forward, where he waited for further instructions. Several days later, Samuel paced the living room. It was a far different room than the one that Luann had exited and the painter had entered. All the old art was gone. The useless wall-length mirror was gone. Everything was covered in paintings and drawings, charcoals and pencils. Sketches of Samuel's face in a multitude of expressions and outfits stared back at him from every wall. The bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen were no different. Samuel stopped his pacing and stood before the pallid young man known only as Mirror for months now, who sat on the couch as per usual, his hands in his lap, his deep sunken brown eyes staring aimlessly out over gaunt cheeks. Samuel had been forced to bleed him little by little over time in order to contain the impulse to devour the boy completely. It was the only way to quiet his terrified, thrashing heart. At this rate, even with food and sleep, the mirror was going to break and Samuel would be cast back to stage 1. "When you first came here, it was very exciting to me. It was the missing piece to my puzzle, until it wasn't," Samuel said to the painter seated before him. "Now, this apartment is full of paintings done in different mediums and even pencil drawings of me, in all of my various outfits and every different hairstyle I could conceive. Now that I could see it, I wanted to try them all, to know which actually worked best with the shape of my face, something I was never able to experiment with before. It was great fun and a truly rewarding experience." "Wonderful, Master. I am glad you are happy." "I'm not finished." Samuel trembled with anger, squeezed his hands into fists, his elongated nails biting into his own palms and drawing blood that dripped rhythmically onto the floor at his feet. "My apologies. I misunderstood." "Ugh. Sometimes glamoured people are just so boring," Samuel said with a wistful sigh. "They are definitely not ones to converse with, but you're all that I've got now that the insufferable Luann walked out on me. Not that it was the first time she walked out. We've been together for over a century. Believe me, she has walked out on me plenty. She has just never stayed gone quite this long, which I suppose is good for you. Luann was never much for willpower. She wouldn't have cared for you as I have. She wouldn't have understood the importance of you. No, she would have seen you as another plaything, a toy, and nothing more. There is nothing deep to that woman, I tell you. If she had come home while you were here, she would have taken your life in glorious and brutal fashion, and truthfully, I would have been saddened by that. Are you not even grateful? You stare at me so blankly. You are alive because I allow you to live. In that sense, I am like your God that so many of you humans blindly worship. I give you life, and in exchange you follow me and do as I command. It's quite beautiful, really." When Mirror said nothing and continued to stare blankly forward, his weak heart beating quietly in the background, Samuel roared, "Answer me when I speak to you!" "I am listening, waiting for you to tell me when you are finished, Master. I don't want to interrupt again. Interrupting makes you angry." Samuel laughed. He recalled the other day when the mirror spoke out of turn. Samuel had given him quite the thrashing. He made sure to leave the mirror of flesh's eyes and hands intact so he could maintain his purpose and not become as useless as the mirror of glass. But the painter was left huddled in a heap of contusions blotting his thin flesh, broken ribs jutting through his elastic skin. Samuel had smiled when he looked down upon the unmoving human who continued to stare endlessly forward because tears glistened in the corners of his wide-open eyes and fell in slow streams down his beaten face. He didn't utter a sound, though, not a single one. Those 2 tears, one from each eye, were the only sign of his true emotion. The pain Samuel had caused him, and the Immortal found it entirely satisfying. "You're right, Mirror. I had digressed. I was originally talking about you and your purpose. I should not have even thought about that horrible Luann, never mind brought her into the conversation. Jesus, look at you, Mirror. You don't have to respond to react. You don't even change your facial expression. It's really terribly pathetic. Awful. Simply awful. Sometimes I think you are less alive than the glass mirror I disposed of. That's a sad concept, isn't it?" "I'm sorry," Mirror spoke without ever moving or changing expression, even still. "Forget it. I'm getting sidetracked again. It seems I'm just emotional today," Samuel told him. "But that brings me back to my point, Mirror. I've changed my appearance again and again and had your eyes and hands create my reflection each and every time. Your skill never wavered. That is for certain. Yet it still becomes less and less fulfilling. The answer to my problem became less and less the answer to my problem. Now I feel as empty, sad, and plagued as I had when I first hired you, and that is troublesome, dear Mirror." "I'm sorry," the motionless, expressionless Mirror said again, though the single tears appeared at the corners of his sunken brown eyes once more. "Well, I mean, the art helped. It definitely did. I was completely lost before you answered that email and showed up at my door. Your paintings and such told me what I looked like. It masterfully did what the mirror never was able to, and it put a face to the body I saw each day in the shower. I became a person finally, a reality, something more than an idea with a voice, something more than simply floating appendages that did what I willed them to do, no different than you do now. There is nothing alive about you. There was nothing aliver about me before you." "I'm sorry." "I'm trying to say something. Will you please let me finish? You said you didn't want to interrupt. Please don't make me beat you again." "Yes, Master." Samuel took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Your art showed me what Luann saw every day she was here, what her eyes took in when she was with me, but even still, it nagged at me that none of it told me who I really was. Do you know what I mean?" Silence. Samuel smiled. "Good, don't actually answer that. It's rhetorical. It's just that even the most skillfully detailed of fabulous paintings, which yours definitely are, Mirror, are in the end still just paintings. The eyes on the canvases are beautiful and brightly colored, but they are also empty and flat. And then I think, that isn't me. That's Luann. That's how we got here in the first place, because I am deep and sensitive, and I think. I, unlike her, feel things, you know? I may not have ever seen my reflection, Mirror, but I knew that much about myself. I always knew that much. Yet, in your art, it isn't there. I mean, I suppose I look thoughtful in some pieces, but it still doesn't resonate. I cannot see my soul reflected on even the most beautiful matte canvas. I have been trying, but it is as impossible as finding myself in the mirror. I need more. I need to understand the person behind those eyes that you have so skillfully painted. I need to see and to know the truth of who he is, who I am. I want to know the man, what he's actually like on the inside. Do you understand? Answer this time." "Yes." "Okay, good. I'm going to ask you to try something new, to do something a little different with your brush this time. Hear me out. Well, I suppose you have no choice, really. You are forced to listen and to comply whether you like it or not. That's our dynamic. Correct? Jesus, you are terrible at knowing when and when not to respond, Mirror. It is a miracle that I haven't killed you by now. I'm sorry, Master. Just hush. This is important. Listen to what I tell you because I need you to do it and do it correctly. Yes, Master. Sometimes you are as insufferable as Luann. Do not apologize. I will likely vomit if I hear your apology again. Moving on. I want you to create another piece, but not with the acute attention to detail you normally use. I want you to look deeper, to not replicate what is on the surface, but to actually recreate my soul, or at least an artistic representation of it. I want you to know. I need you to not simply look at me, but rather look in me, and then paint what is there. Show me what hides behind my exquisite blue eyes, what lies underneath my flawless white skin. Show me the truth of who I am, Mirror. Paint me. Okay. Show me how you really see me, Samuel said. Entertain me. Show me what even my reflection could not. I will. Good. You may just hold on to your emotionless existence a little longer. Not 2 hours later, Samuel stood and moved to look at the mirror's finished painting after the artist robotically put down his brush and loudly pushed his chair back away from the easel. Samuel took in the image on the canvas and he snarled, low and guttural. He turned to glare at the mirror, but the mirror in turn only stared blankly forward. What is this? Did you not hear what I asked you to do? What have you created here? I don't understand. You are still glamored. You should not have done this. You should have been forced to do as I commanded you, yet you failed somehow. You have created this terrible thing that sits before you. What is the meaning of this? Samuel asked, panic lacing in with the anger that spilled from him, the two emotions winding over each other like the fingers of two lovers' hands intertwining. I demand to know, Mirror. Tell me now. Is this some kind of sick joke? What have you done? Explain yourself. Explain yourself this instant. I command you to. Silence. The young man and his weakly beating heart just stared forward, eyes unseeing. I demand you explain this painting to me, Mirror. This picture is hideous. It is truly disgusting. It is all blues and mottled grays. This is not art. It is a bruise, and one that has not been tended to or cleaned. It is filthy and dark and sickening to view. The eyes, my eyes, are dark, sickening red like stale blood that is no longer safe to consume, and the mouth is full of sharp, jagged teeth like razors that barely fit next to each other. They overlap and jut out like they are fighting for control. Thick, dark blood that spilled over like an overfilled wine glass runs down what should be my pristine ivory chin, but is more a thickening translucent, showing the veins and arteries that scrawl beneath like warring serpents. The blood is streaming down my neck and making me look a mess, uncouth, uncivilized. It is gluttonous and vile, tactless and repugnant. I am a man of class, Mirror. There is a black heart coated in thorny barbs, swirling in a twister-like cloud of darkness buried in my chest cavity. How could this possibly be what you see in me? I was expecting adoration. This is anything but. Explain, now. If you don't, I will kill you and be done with you forever. Speak. Yes, Master, Mirror said then, his head turned slowly to face his master, his brown eyes looking into Samuel's own. Those lone tears glistened as he spoke, though his voice remained as monotonous as always. It is a monster, Master. It is you. You are a monster. You bent my will, enslaved me, forced me to abandon my life and my family, my wife and children who remain at home without me to love and care for them, just for me to follow you around this horrible apartment, endlessly painting and living as your mirror. You forced me to leave my children fatherless in order to support your narcissistic vanity. This is your truth, who you are beneath the painting. You are filth, evil. You are darkness incarnate. See yourself clearly for the first time. Samuel roared with unbridled fury. He lashed out with lightning speed and slashed the man's throat with a single elongated fingernail. When the empty-eyed artist collapsed to the carpeted floor, Samuel shed his bathrobe and pounced nakedly upon him. He drank wildly of the blood pouring forth from his mirror's open throat. He slipped and rolled in it, spread it on his flesh, becoming the painter for a change. He used his long nails and pale fingers to run streaks over the dead man as the rest of his life source, his truest paint, worked on its own to coat the carpet and the surrounding furniture in varying shades of crimson. Allow me to soak my fingers in this red substance and with hard strokes spray these lying walls and this useless goddamned mirror. It is to be the artist's final masterpiece, to become the paint that spoils and ruins so much previous work, that renders your art as useless and worthless as you are. It is a fitting way to explain what bringing you here was like, to capture the boiling blood within my veins and the betrayal in my heart. Samuel, naked and coated in streaks of red, bounded to his feet. He scooped handfuls of blood from the unseeing mirror's empty throat, and he hurried through the apartment, slashing streaks over each and every canvas, each piece of paper, each pointless piece of terrible, useless art. He went back for more blood, over and over, until his project was complete and everything had been painted by him and only him. When the deed was finished, so was the apartment, it seemed, but it meant nothing. None of it means anything. He panted as he sat in the remaining stickiness that pooled below his broken mirror and pleasured himself. I know that I can get new things, better things even. Money has never been an obstacle. I can compel anyone into doing what I require of them. I can glamour them just as I did you. They will simply give me whatever I desire, but none of them could give me what I've needed the most: purpose. They would fail me, just as you have, simply serving to satiate a temporary craving, subside hunger momentarily. At least your art had graced me with the gift of truth, even if it cost you your miserably insignificant life. It is, in fact, something for me to reflect upon in the coming days. So for that mirror, I thank you. When Samuel was done with himself, he wiped his hand on the mirror's dead face and leaned over to kiss his forehead. The lack of reflection wasn't a curse, Samuel spoke when he realized. Maybe this is what Luann was trying to tell me, and she was deeper than I had credited her for. The lack of reflection is a defense against our own nature, a way to try to forget what we really are, which it seems the others, like Luann, have managed to do. I remember who I am now, though, don't I, Mirror? Now that your art has so kindly enlightened me and I repaid you in kind. I am an abomination, a murderer, a beast. I couldn't decipher who I was all this time, because I wasn't a who at all. I was a what? As you so aptly said, I am a monster. That is one hell of an epiphany, Mirror. Not an easy pill to swallow, so to say. I needed something to wash it down, and I chose you. I hope you understand. Samuel gave a humorless laugh. You were already dead to your wife and children anyway. Samuel crawled through the sticky filth of bodily fluids until he reached his bathrobe. He dug into the pocket and retrieved his phone, sticky with coagulating crimson, and he wiped it across the screen until he could see enough to call Luann, leaving red fingerprints on the already filthy screen. It's been an entire year, Luann said when she answered. What do you want, Samuel? You were right, he told her. I was just having a moment. Come home. Luann sighed. Finally. Let's move again, and we won't take the mirror with us this time. It's already gone, he told her. Samuel glanced over at the mirror's body huddled on the floor nearby. Good, she said. I'll be home in an hour. Pack your things. Samuel closed his eyes and sighed. They're just things, he said, before hanging up the phone and dropping it onto the blood-soaked carpet.
Chilling tales for dark nights.